Okay, we're here. What up? Oh, lol. Why is this here? How long have you been here? I guess he's not here. Hmm. All right. Welcome. Let's get the stream started. So there's a few reasons why I took a while. A, I am considering rolling a mana stacker. Like I said, I've been thinking about it for a while. I don't know what exactly is a skill I want to have or to mana stack with. I saw the Captain Lance Mana Man video, the RF that hits dot cap, and that intrigues me quite a bit. And of course, it's Hero Fan, so its AOE is insane. And I am thinking about it. I'm thinking about it because it checks a few boxes for me. One, it's tanky as shit. I want it to be a very tanky character. I want to do tier 17s, and I can get my minions to tier 17s, but doing a series yesterday made it kind of painfully obvious that, like, completing my 40-40 challenges, right? I'm gonna have to deal with colossal conditions, and of course I could just pay to get carried through this, and I might end up doing something like that, to be honest. Oh, I found out the reason this didn't work is because it needs to be Uber Cortex, not regular Cortex, annoyingly. So I mean, I just wasted money, but I think I did it in the non-Uber fights. That said, the biggest downside to the RF version, and the reason I don't want it is, well, there are a few reasons. A, it is I would ideally want something ranged and something automatic, so like mana stacking. This is the only thing I have in my head, but like mana stacking, oh, Uber Shaper, I think I already have Shaper. Anyways, I would like to potentially do Uber bosses for the first time ever, but I don't want to make an Uber boss farmer, because if I were to do that, I hear they're not the best profit right now, in the sense that you could easily lose money doing them. So I'd rather just not. Now, of course, you can get lucky and make a shit ton of money. You know, you could have, as me and a friend of mine call it, crow statistics, and life goes on. You can have that just means you can have like a drop every single kill that gets you hundreds of divines, and you're good. Like if you do Maven, for example, you can drop 3 Progenesis in a row. In theory, in reality, it's probably that's like 1 in a million chance or whatever. Anyways, so I would like something that is fast, because the reason I need to be fast is I'm probably going to end up buying a bunch of Vault of Atziri to complete this, because I boosted through like 1,000 thanks to someone who was doing it for free on TFT and just wanted to vouch. I'm like, oh shit, I'm a hop in. So I got like 1,000 in this, like in the span of like 20 minutes. So I'm like, yeah, I probably want to do that to complete this challenge, because I found out Vault of Atziri is like 3C. I thought it was like more expensive because of the strategy, but it's not. It's actually like 3C. So I'll probably end up doing that. Then that's one reason. It has to be fast because I like doing June. The faster you can go with more damage, the more betrayals you can complete. And I would also want to finish this with a, like, I wanted a highest character regardless. So if I can make a fast character that can do T17s, then this character would be my highest. It might not be as fast as like actual heist characters, but it's, so long as it is actually fast, I have no issues with it. So like there's a few things I could do. I could decide to push a minion build instead, and just try to play around with the mechanics, try to push my damage to the absolute highest I can take it. But in terms of investment, that would have to be a very high investment, or I go Holy Relic. Now if I go Holy Relic, everything becomes trivial, I think, on a budget. I think I can actually maybe making a fast Holy Relic character might end up being like more feasible, so to say. But at the same time, I have mixed feelings about making Holy Relic. One, there's already Holy Relic builds out there. Ghazi and Bela Mage have Holy Relic builds. Two, this skill doesn't appeal to me because I have to shoot spirit lancing steel to do my damage and yada yada, and I don't know. If I were triggering it, maybe not. I don't know. There is one idea I have had, but I don't know how I would make this character fast. I don't think I can, so to say. But that does not mean it is impossible. It just means that I don't know that it would be fast. But the idea it would essentially be, let me open Manaman's PUB. Let me just make sure. It uses the 1 max mana per 2 intelligence, stacks mana, and then uses Archmage, right? That's how it works. Oh, Vow Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion. I have no idea what this alt gem does, so let's see it. I have zero idea what Arcane Devotion looks like. I know it burns mana instead of life or something. Modifiers to spell damage applied to this skill's dot damage over time effects. Deal 70% of your maximum mana as base fire damage per second. You burn for 90% of your maximum mana per second as fire damage. So it deals the 70% of max mana as base fire damage. So by jacking up your max mana, you jack up this one's base damage, which makes sense. So giving it base damage, and then it deals 70% of your maximum mana as base fire damage per second. And then you burn for this. So the burn is going against your health, I assume, and because he's a hero fan, it's going against mana too. 50% going into mana. So like one thing I have decided is I am gonna go a hero fan 100%. It is done. I'm going to do it. Nothing you can do to stop me. It's gonna happen. Now that we have decided this, it's like, what next? What is the skill we want to scale? I don't know what I want to scale, but if it's a mana stacker, it will need the mod here. And I think the mod can also roll. I think the mod can also roll on chess piece. Okay, it's actually PODB. I would see DB. Necropolis. Maybe I just search haunted. I want to search haunted modifiers. Necropolis Grave, that's the one. Haunted modifier. So mana per, yeah, this rolls on helmets. Oh, this is the only place you can find it. Okay. Intelligence, this is the only, okay. Let's see all the references to mana here. This is obviously going to make us an int stacker, which in turn, int also gives you mana. So, or actually, it's here I should come to. Int gives us mana, so we get a lot of flat mana, and we get a lot more flat mana from the mod. So at 1,000 intelligence, we have 500 from here, and we have how much from here? 500 from here. So 1,000 mana, flat mana. Then we just get all the percentages on the tree, and we easily get, if we get up to 100%, then we're looking at easily 2,000 from those two sources alone without any extra input from gear. And that's just if you get to 100%. It's probably easier to get to more than that. Then does Mana Man go mind over matter? I would assume no. Okay. His mana ends up being almost fully reserved, so I can get that. No, this is budget mana, man. This is one that had unreserved mana. 20,000 mana. Oh, that is disgusting. And 14,000 ES with Ivory Tower, giving more ES per reserved life. No Shaper's Touch, which is interesting. He instead has aspect of the spider. Shaper's Touch gives you, oh, it's evasion rate. Okay, so you only get energy shield if you stack strength, then you have to split it. Now, okay, I get it. Okay, I get it. He has 2,000 intelligence, not bad. Not bad at all. Then what else is there? Then we have mana reservation on the body armor. Oh, we can get mana 15% mana reservation as a haunted modifier. I didn't know this. What tags does he have? Resource. Oh, we can't target a resource with graveyard at least. Okay. So we've seen all the mana related. If we stack, you know, I'm just seeing this. If we stack decks and we stack, was it accuracy? No, this is strength. You stack decks gives you accuracy, and then accuracy gives you attack speed, but then you also stack strength. It could become an undeniable stacker, but meh. Anyways, where were we? So I guess part of what I should be thinking about is transfigured gems. In terms of transfigured gems, what are the current mana related gems? The same way there's Arcane Devotion RF. I would like to see the other mana related transfigured gems. The ones I'm thinking of obviously going to be this, like in terms of they're going to be blue. I don't think there's going to be many mana stacking non-blue. You can stack mana on a trap build and get a lot of AoE that way, but I don't know. I was thinking totems. I was even thinking ball lightning totem might be a play. But I don't know. Let me see. I know the biggest one I'm thinking of seeing as mana stacking would give a whole lot of flat mana with the use of what's the name of this thing again? How am I gonna forget? Absolution of Inspiring. No, what am I saying? Mana stacking gives with Archmage support, gives a lot of flats. Now if I pair that with Absolution of Inspiring, that gives Absolution of Inspiring a whole lot of flat damage, right? Now let me just confirm that this is in fact what we're doing here. Archmage supports. Yes, other lightning equal to 20% of unreserved max mana. This makes me think of a few things. A, we would want to reserve our life instead of mana for any auras we need, or just divine blessing them if we so choose, because it says unreserved mana. So to use Archmage, we can't reserve. But see, you know, one thing I have also noticed is if I'm not going to reserve. I kind of want to play around with the idea of what do you call it? Checking out transfigure gems. The scale of mana. So can I do that? Can I just put mana in here? And will it show me transfigure gems that scale off of it? I don't think it's gonna show me, sadly. These are unique items. This is skill tree nodes. More of the same. Cluster jewels, yada yada. What up, Jungle? Thank you for the lurk. What are you up to? Are you gonna stream today? So yeah, it doesn't show what gems would benefit from it. Like, so I guess I just need to know transfigure gems I have to do with mana. Oh, Stellar Blade is out. Oh, nice. Good luck. I do not know much about the game, but I have heard of it, and I think I've seen some gameplay. If I'm not going to reserve any mana, and I'm going to use 20% of the unreserved max mana, I'm just going to scale this to get a lot of added lightning damage. And then I use Absolution of Inspiring to get... I use Absolution of Inspiring, maybe Spell Cascade, to get big AoE, big increased damage from minion, like just skill increase minion damage if you need any source of increase, and we can get to like 1000% very, very easily. Then we just need more damage modifiers, and for the more damage modifiers we have Korean model Dark Souls Devil May Cry. Oh, Korean model Dark Souls May Cry, lol. Okay. I like the sound of the Dark Souls part. I will probably pop into your stream and see what's going on, or see how the game looks like later on. So let me see something. Let me see something real quick. Oh, this is a red gem. You know, I never realized it was a red gem. Okay. So we're just going to do something very simple. We're going to go Templar, Hierophant, and then just give ourselves like this, which gives us 30% increased mana and yada yada, and then gives us 20% mana as extra ES. Pair this with an Ivory Tower, and we don't need to take chaos damage to health, and then we can actually reserve our health to get whatever we need. We get a lot of AoE, based off of unreserved max mana, so we'd want to get this as high as possible. And then mana reservation efficiency of skills. Oh god, that doesn't help it with life reservation efficiency, so that's fun. I think at the end of the day we just wouldn't, we're just gonna end up not, we'll probably go this, something like this. Then we don't need increased that. What we do need is any source of increased minion damage. So something like this is really good. We'd want more AoE. Then we come up here. We'd get this so we can actually scale minion AS. Do I care about scaling the life? Kind of. If I'm going Ivory Tower, which I think is going to be the chess piece for this build, having more life equates to having more ES, right? Something like that. I'm probably not going to reserve any mana whatsoever, so I get that. I get a lot of added damage. Thank you for the follow/sub. I have no idea why I'm not being notified about these. I'll probably look into it later. I don't see YouTube subscriptions. Let's filter these. Nah, it's something I have to look into later. All right. Anyways, thank you. We'd obviously go for this one. Probably that. And then probably end up using arcane cloak, so this bit makes sense. Recover mana. Then we'd want crits naturally. Crit is another multiplier we can use, so we try to get as much of it as possible. If we can, I think there is a node here for int stacking. Oh no, this would have me stacking strength or int, and I want to just only stack int, so can't do that really. So what are easy ways for me to get crit chance? I know I already have 4 minimum power charges, and I already have 4 power charges, so like crit is already pretty easy. I want to go this one because we're lightning, we're not going early focus. It might be really good. Or it should be really good. For now, let's just take as many different mana nodes as we can take. We want to avoid any form of increased damage that is not minion damage, because minion damage just counts for so much with this skill. Like in terms of increase, just this. Where have I gotten increased minion damage so far? Here, and if we look in here, we already have 251% increased damage because minion damage. For our weapon, we'd want a minion wand, 100%. That gives us, if we get 100% there, it counts as 2.5, right? It's 2. Where is it? We'd also want to convert all physical to lightning, I think. I guess fizz to lightning is fine. I'm just now realizing something. If we're gonna do this, I might want to use a Mjolnir, which triggers socketed lightning spells on hits. Then this would enable me to genuinely just go spin to win. Then all I have to do is go for this one. No, not this one. It's this one. It can't be invaded. And then I would put Cyclone in my chess piece to trigger the absolution of inspiring Mjolnir. Let's not forget Mjolnir. I have no idea how expensive Mjolnir is supposed to be, but so this would be triggered, and then we'd pair it to the squire naturally. And then in the chess piece, we'd have I think this build is closer to like stuff from Connor than Captain Lance. Maybe I should look at some Connor builds. I know I've seen him using Cyclone. So like Cyclone. 10% increase AoE per 0.1 meter additional melee strike range. %25 more attack speed per game. Gain 1 stage every 0.5 seconds while channeling. Max 6 stages. And then for this one, we can make it so it gives us more attack speed. But in any case, let's go Cyclone. I feel like this one would be better for what we want to do, which is triggering. Because it gives more attack speed per stage. So long as we stay cycloning, cycloning, we should just have a ton more attack speed. But then the base attack speed is a lot lower than the regular cyclone. I'd have to check what people typically use for effective trigger rates. 0.79. So this one has better trigger rates. It also gains radius per stage, but it slows down per stage. I don't like that. You get slower per stage, but this one doesn't have a. This one has a 20% less that just stays less. This one progresses and it has 6 stages, so it literally would get to 60% less movement speed, and this is less, which is kind of not what I want, because part of what I wanted in this build was, you know, cast on crits, most likely, because since I'm scaling my own crits, cast on crits is not a bad idea. Wait, it doesn't have to have cast on crit, to be honest, because Mjolnir, I just need to hit, and every 0.25 seconds, so long as I hit every 0.25 seconds, I'm good. I don't even need to care about. I do lose the chain. I don't chain well with this, because it doesn't chain as far as I know. Absolution it's a lightning strike, so it's still gonna chain. So we just need the cyclone to trigger it, which means let's just save this as absolution, save. Let's go to Connor. 1 mana left. And let's see what. I knew I got logged out. I was wondering why. Must have crashed or something. Weird stuff. Anywho, where is YouTube? He's doing mana forged arrows, but I'm kind of looking at triggering with Mjolnir. So Mjolnir Archmage, I guess. So Archmage progress, Mjolnir Archmage, yada yada. Early build guide. Maybe this is what I'm looking for. Oh, let me just look at the updates. Maybe as a POB there. Squire transition. This is definitely what I want. Squire POB. Why would you use... Wait a second. Why would you use Mjolnir without a Squire? Ball lightning. What's your main damage? Mana leech, cast wall, channeling, calling strike, lightning warp. Oh, I see. So the idea here is while he's casting Cyclone, he's teleporting all over the place to hit enemies.
But it's the expedition boss. So how this works is you cannot.
Oh, I'm gonna use that.
Full cleared like 5 times. So ideally, you would just rush the boss and find it. But that's not how tier 17s work. It will take many minutes to find the boss. So this is pretty much going to be a full clear. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna use that. Okay, that's smart. So this is an mana leech, which is obviously good. Calling strike, less duration for the lightning warp itself. Cast wall channeling. Yeah, cast wall channeling makes sense for the lightning warp because you can't do cast on crit. Otherwise, you're not actually teleporting when you're not hitting, right? I still don't get why you would use. I mean, Prism Garden. I get why you'd use Prism Garden, but I don't see why. I guess it's the idea is Archmage is all you need as a support. Is Archmage that broken? Like it's all you need as a support gem to where you just use Archmage and Lightning Pen and your main damage is good. Is it that broken? Arcane Cloak, Arcane Surge. Then here it's like Ball Lightning of Orbiting, Archmage Lightning Pen. In the offhand, where's the shield? And we can control, slow approach, Arcane Surge. We have the same setup here. We have Wrath, Battle Mage's Cry. Battle Mage's Cry. What does that do? This, as you may notice, I do not know anything about mana stacking. This is essentially me saying I just want to give it a shot. I think it has potential. So anyways, where were we? Here. So Wrath, Battle Mage's Cry. Perform a war cry taunting nearby enemies to attack the user and exerting this, granting a buff which boosts critical strike chance and allows attacks to benefit from increases to spell damage. So why does he have Battle Mage's Cry? Does he use it?
This is the expedition boss, so it's got some multi-phasing. Yeah, this is gonna be a full clear.
Does he use it? I don't think he does. What up, Doc Rock? How you doing? I am looking at mana stacking right now, just for fun. So how are you doing? clarity on arrogance makes sense. Vow discipline makes sense. Does he actually run vow discipline though? I guess he could. Why do I have so many POBs open? What's this? Oh, this is Mana Man. Yeah, I don't need that open. This is the one I'm putting together, and then there's, what is this one? This is Mjolnir. Oh yeah, this is the, no, this is Squire. What's this? Squire. I opened it twice. Don't save. So how are you doing, Doc Rock? Let me make sure my, okay, yeah, it is. I just wanted to make sure my YouTube stream was actually still live, and it is. So does he actually use General's Cry? Planning a reroll? So there's a few things, right? I haven't actually done mana stacking, and I've always loved the concept of it, and this, with the new Archmage, it seems like a very, very good time to try mana stacking, especially with the haunted modifier on the helmet that gives you an extra mana points per 2 intelligence, so you essentially get double the mana for each point of intelligence, which will allow you to instack. Now, I want to play around with this idea, but I'm playing around with different things. Am I planning a reroll? Not yet. I have no rerolls planned until I figure out what it is that I actually want to do. For now, I am still going to be going for my challenges, but my goal for this potential reroll, right, is I want a build that is fast. So it has to be fast. It has to have a lot of damage, and it has to have a lot of defenses. I want to run T17 maps on it. I want to potentially use this build in case I choose not to upgrade my minion build, because what I can do right now is I can increase the DPS of my minion build and give myself like a Perandus Pact to increase my ES pool, and use those two things to kind of make myself more tier 17 ready and able to farm tier 17 content. But that being said, I am deciding if to, I'm basically thinking maybe I do not want to do that, but instead I want to try a different build altogether that's going to be much faster. And with this new build, I might be able to like do Uber bosses, or at least some Uber challenges, because yesterday I did a bunch of bossing on my main character, the Wretch Defiler Summoner, and it went very smooth, no issues. The biggest problem I ran into, and the one that almost bricked me, and I was so surprised by this, but I almost bricked a boss, and it was at Ziri. Why? Well, you can guess. Flame Blast. She was murdering my Wretch Defilers, and I hear she also has Reflect. Now, you may not know this about me, but I don't boss. I don't know what their mechanics are for the most part. So when I went to do like all the Maven invitations, like the Form, the Twisted, the Hidden, I did all of these yesterday. I just went in, did my thing, killed everything, not really caring about the mechanics. I did Cortex. I didn't know his mechanics, did it fine. Of course, I can't do this on Uber bosses, but like I then wanted to do Serious, but I knew Serious is, when you look at the Serious fights, you know it's a fight that you can't do shit unless you understand what's going on, right? There's just everything going on at the same time. Your screen is full of different particles, yada yada. You need to understand what's going on. So after my stream, I went to look up some guides on Sirius, and I'm seeing all of his stuff, you know, his beams, his die beams, his 4 beams, yada yada. And I just keep thinking one thing: how the hell am I going to do this on minions? I don't think I can, because it's one thing to try to, you know, pay attention to his positioning and his die beams and everything. And it's another to reposition yourself and reposition your minions, and then reposition yourself and then reposition your minions, and keep doing this for, it's like you're playing an essentially different game than someone who's just playing no minions. Does that make sense? It's kind of the idea. So unless I make a minion that can eat his die beam, which I don't think is possible. I don't know that it is possible. Unless I do something like that, which would take too much investment on the minion's survivability front, if it's even possible. And if I do that, then my offenses would be way below what I would accept for an Uber boss. So it then just brought me to the conclusion, maybe I should try the mana stacking I have. The mana stacking I have, what's it called? Been thinking about. So that's what we're looking at. I have zero idea about mana stacking. I haven't done it before. I'm literally learning as I go, and I'm trying to figure out my idea currently. My current idea for that is, because of my background in minions, I kind of don't want to just go straight into like RF or YOLO myself into whatever. I am thinking of doing something more minion looking. So that brings us to the skill I'm thinking about using, and that is Absolution of Inspiring. Why Absolution of Inspiring? Well, it's a lightning gem, so very good synergy with Archmage. It can go in Mjolnir, and I can trigger it really easy, and then use Cyclone for this setup that Connor has, which is the teleporting one. I like that. It gives me that fast gameplay I was looking for. My OBS is not refreshing my YouTube chat. But anyways, the Filer should survive even in Ubers, to be honest. Yeah, they did not die anywhere else. But at Ziri and her Flame Blasts, I don't know what it is. I think it's either that or it was a reflect. Because I have since learned, or at least from people in chats, that she might have some sort of reflect ability. So let's kind of peek at that and see if maybe that's what was killing them, because it was rough. Oh, I guess it was Uber at Ziri, because this was the one I fought. Mortal Grief, Mortal Ignorance, Rage, and Hope. This was the one. So Uber at Ziri, actually. So I beat an Uber boss, you know. That was good. I didn't know that. No, it was Uber at Ziri. It was this one. I didn't even realize it was an Uber fight. I thought it was regular at Ziri, though I did know there was this fight, but I hadn't put 2 and 2 together. Anyways, where is Reflex? You still think it's Reflex? Passive effects. 2% of early damage taken reflected to attacker. Oh, so it's just passive. Oh, okay. So let's see. Let's see where they start dying. Look, they're dying. Let's reduce the speed. 0.5 should be fine. Yeah, that it's chunky. It's chunking them. Like, I thought it was a flame blast, but like they're just chunking themselves even before the flame blast hits. So it is the reflect that's doing them in 100%. So this is something where, like, look, this one's life is already way lower, like way lower. Like, look at their lives. They didn't eat that flame blast, by the way. There's already 7, so like some are already dead. 6. Yeah, okay, it's the reflect that was actually murdering them. I didn't know this. Like I said, I had no idea she even had reflect to begin with. It was someone, it was like global 4040 just talking about Uber Aziri having reflect. I'm like, how on earth am I supposed to do that? On I'm like that she has reflect. I'm like, she does? She has reflect? What? So if I knew that, then what I would have done for that fight specifically, on what I would do when I retry, because I apparently need to, because I didn't witness it apparently. I kind of wish I did, but I didn't, so I'll have to do it again. But what I would do going for that fight is switch to this one. You and your minions take reduced reflected damage. Like if I do this one instead, then they at least survive much longer than they did the way it went, you know. Is there another easy way I can get some reflect immunity for my minions? I don't know that there is. Like I can get in like mods on gear, but I don't want to switch gear for it. PoE minion reflect. Yeah, I'd have to use a chess piece. I don't want to use a chess piece. Reflect. Reflect mitigation, I guess, is what I should look at. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, people hate this fight for it. Yeah. So, I can imagine. Because, like, I didn't even know she had reflect. I was just doing the fight. And they were just dying. I'm like, oh, my minions are dead. And in my head, it was the flame blast that was killing them. Because there was nothing else that could kill them. But apparently, they were killing themselves. See, this is good to know. This is very good to know. Wait. Reduce reflected damage is additive to other increased reduced damage taking modifiers. Oh wow. So if she curses my minions and I have this one, then they will take more reflected damage. Now, of course, I don't think she did this or she does this at all. But all right. I know this for the second try, and I guess I may have new confidence in trying it again, because now that I understand what was killing them and how manageable it is, quote unquote. And I also hear the version in the feared doesn't actually have reflect, so I don't need to worry about it during this fight, the feared fight, which is going to be quite the interesting fight, by the way. I don't know if I'm actually going to do it. I will probably try to do it, actually. This is what I'm going to attempt to do it, and I will probably give myself 3 portals. And if that doesn't work, I'll call in the big guns, have somebody on my friends list or something come murder them for me. Well, I'm going to attempt them. 3 Pantheon. What does this mean? Okay. Anyways, what was I saying? So since it has reflect, we just take that node and hope for the best. That's like the best I can come up with. Yo, this isn't even showing whatever. My add-on for OBS that should show my YouTube chat isn't updating it. It gave a warning that I wasn't updating previously, but now the warning is gone. and I don't think it's still updating. So I'm going to have to keep an eye out on my browser on this behind it, just to make sure I don't miss anything. But that's digressing. So, anyways, the idea behind the Archmage build, which is using Absolution of Inspiring, is actually twofold. A, we stack a lot of mana or intelligence slash mana to get absurd amounts of mana. This should in turn give me absurd amounts of, flat damage from Archmage. This would then give Absolution of Inspiring like a lot of damage, right? This is the idea. Then we trigger it with Cyclone and Mjolnir. So it's automatic. All we have to do is spin to win, right? Cool. That is also good. But then we take it one step. Oh, that is a huge requirement. Oh, that's a lot of strength. How do you tackle the strength requirement? Do you just you scale your strength? Right? Where do you scale your strength from? Let's find out. Where is strength? Where attributes? There we go. It gets it on rings, 93 on helical rings. Damn. High budget, huh? Then he just gets a bunch of strength on the tree by traveling. But anyways, all I need is what? 200 is how much strength? 412 strength. Yeah, that's spicy. Anywho, I'll get a lot of flat damage from the Archmage, but then I want to use minion damage, as my increased damage modifier. Why? Because Absolution of Inspiring gains minion damage at 3x its value. So for every 10% minion damage you get, you actually get 30% increased damage, or for every 100% you get 300%. And yeah, and so on and so forth. You get x3 increase. So with this one, combine that with like a 4x Slumlord cluster jewel, and you will, speaking of which, that can be how I actually mitigate the strength requirement. But I don't want to do that, because if I go decadence, then I'm essentially cutting my flat mana in half, which I don't want. But anyways, I'm digressing. So having this as the source of my increased damage means I can still get a ridiculous amount of like increased damage outside of like, if I were to come here and I were to go into his ball lightning of orbiting, was it? You would see he has 2,300% increased damage, mostly coming from Indigon. Let me look at Indigon real quickly. 7% increased mana. Recover life when you use a mana flask. Does he use a mana flask? I don't think he does. No one does. It's gonna be constant to do, so we're ignoring that. Non-instant mana recovery from flask is also recovered as life. The 4% increased cost of skills for every 200 total mana spent recently. So you're increasing the cost of skills for every 200 total mana spent, and then you have increased spell damage for each 200 total mana you have spent recently, up to 2000%. Do I want to use this? This can give me 2000% increased damage like he does have here. And if I combine this, which is literally, this is just spending mana. Or if I combine this with, let's say it's 160, 320% increased minion damage I am getting from a 4x Slumlord clustered, not, what's the name of the jewel again? Timeless jewel. I would effectively be getting times 3 of that. So that would end up being what? 960% increase, and then just picking up more increased damage here and there. TLDR, I can easily get to 1500% increased damage from like minions, right? And if you add that on here, like, let me just do something real quick. 1500% increased spell damage. Bro, I actually clicked that. So yeah, big difference. So I would still scale some increase, but the biggest thing I would want to have is more modifiers. So pain attunement is a must. I need pain attunement. And I think all my support gems aside Archmage have to give some form of increased multiplier. That and attack cast speed. Attack cast speed, I can either go minion ASCS or I can go normal ASCS, or so like just cast speed, right? The reason for this is I also plan on going spiritual command, which would allow minion cast speed to apply to me. So I can go for minion cast speed or I can go for my cast speed, and either way it would work. So how do we get here? How do we get there? So there's a universe where we abandon all of this and go like totems. Totems would allow us to get pain attunement off a belt, Coward's Legacy, and still mitigate that. Let me see. The Coward's Legacy. It gives pain. You are cursed with vulnerability, and then something else gives us. This gives us vulnerability, and then there was a jewel. What is a jewel? Pain attunement. No. What is the jewel? Low life. I think it is. Wait, it's Coward's Legacy. You are cursed with this, and you count as low life while cursed. That's the one. I knew it was this one. My head. I just needed to click and join 2 and 2 together, but it is this one. So I could potentially do this and try to just mitigate. I could add this to this build, to be honest, and just work around curse effect, reduce the curse effect, and go on with my day. Or I could try to path towards here. Now, pathing towards here is not a bad idea because I can pick up stuff like this. I don't care about this in particular, so I'm not actually going to do that, but I could pick up something like that for more increased minion damage. I could just come here. I actually do want the AoE and crit from here. None of these give me, what's the word? Crit for spells. Take the AoE. It just makes sense to come from here. In any case, let's move from this. I don't care too much about increased AoE because I already get a lot of increased AoE from here. So long as I have a lot of unreserved mana, I can get up to 100% increased AoE. Actually, this is what's 5,000. At 5,000, I get the max effect from here. So 100% increased AoE. Where's the area of effects? Radius. Yeah, it's already wide. I'm also thinking of using something like Spell Cascade to make it cover a larger area. Or Awaken Spell Cascade, I guess, is what I should be going for, because then it covers a very big area. This is going to be so bad to look at. I don't think I need Face to Lightning. The reason I don't think I need Face to Lightning is Absolution of Inspiring already has like 800 to 1300 physical damage, which means it's like 400 to like 7-ish hundred that's converted to lightning. I could convert the rest to give myself an extra 400 and 400 to like 700 base, but I'm already going to get so much from here as base lightning damage that I don't know if it's going to be worth it. That said, physical to lightning does have a more modifier on it, which is gain 29 of phase damage as extra lightning, but we're not going to be scaling base physical damage because we are scaling the lightning part itself. So I don't know. I'm going to be on the edge with that one. There is a universe where we don't bother with crits. Wait, what? We have a 0% base crit chance on Absolution of Inspiring. Is this true? If it is, it makes gearing that much easier. Absolution of Inspiring. It doesn't look that way. This doesn't say base crit chance of 0%. The fuck? Am I bugging? This is the skills description. It has a crit chance of 6%. So why on earth is that Mjolnir's doing? No. No, it's not. Holy, he's cooking. Yes, I am. I am cooking up potentially a new build. It doesn't say anything about. It has a crit chance of 6%. So what does this mean? Why is it 0? Am I on the wrong attack? You have a base of 5. So that 6% clearly should be applying to this one. What the hell? It literally says it right here, crit strike chance 6%, and it is spell, so it's this crit chance that matters, not my weapon's crit chance. And this has a crit chance of 5% to even begin with, so... There's nothing saying I can't crit. Literally nothing. I have to assume this is a POB bug. It's the only explanation. Let me ask on Discord real quick to see if anyone... Okay, let's screenshot this. Okay, have an idea why this has a base crit of 6%. But POB shows base of 0 for the hits. And then let's get a screenshot of this. I have to assume it's bugged. He's back. Yeah, I am. What am I POBing now? I am currently POBing a potential mana stacking build with using Absolution of Inspiring to get a ton of increased damage and triggering that off Mjolnir. And then using, of course, Archmage to get a bunch of flat damage, and then just scaling that with a bunch of more damage, and then being extra tanky because we have a lot of ES, and using Ivory Tower and you know that. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. The problem now, and what I can't figure out is everywhere I look, it says Absolution of Inspiring has a base crit chance of 6%, not 5, 6. Like here, 6%. This is the skill. It describes what you're going to do, increases, apply at whatever value. Actually, this should be 300%. I don't know why this is still 250. It didn't apply the buff. But anyways, it shows the skill that I am casting. So 6% base crit chance. But then once I go into POB, it's showing a base crit chance of 0%. I don't get it. I don't have anything that is reducing my base crit chance. It's just showing 0%. I think it's just with the way it has implemented Absolution to where it's always the minion skill somehow. Because like, this is the attack that should be mine. This is my attack because this skill's off of Archmage. Like, look, it went up. So that's the attack I am doing. So I think it's just, it is somehow still seeing this as a minion attack of sorts. So it's giving me a 0% crit chance, which is, how do I even put the custom code for this? You have +6 to critical strike chance. %. No. How does increased crit support word it? The minion doesn't have 0 because if you look here, once I check this box, it has a 5% base. There. It has a 5% base. So like it shows the minion quite alright, but it just doesn't show me. It says they have +2% to critical strike chance. I guess Absolution of Inspiring has 6% +6 to critical strike chance. Nope, it did not work. It didn't said probably boost. Nope, it did not work. What the hell? There's a cheat way. What is the cheat way? I would like to know. Because I actually wanted to just see what my crit chance. I could use a different skill that has 6%. What else has 6%? Copy Mata's teaching line. Minion base attack critical strike chance is equal to critical strike chance of it. Change weapon to 6%. But the thing is, what's its face? Absolution of Inspiring is not, it is not an attack. It's a spell, so it doesn't really care about the crit chance of my weapon. If I were to use Mata's teaching, it doesn't affect this. It would affect this one and any attack, right? It would affect those, but it doesn't touch this one. That is the big problem with using Sakata's skills have +6 to critical strike chance. Okay, we can try that. That goes on, I guess we can find it on gloves. So let's just find gloves. Let's give it, what was it? Shaper Elder, right? This is multi. It's not Shaper Elder. This isn't good though because you will make your spell have crits. No, the thing is I am scaling my spell, so that's the one I want to have crits. I don't care about the minions spell. This is going to be mana stacking, like mana stacking. The main damage is going to come from the my cast of the absolution, not my minions. My minions will have some damage. No, I agree. But starting out, I kind of just want to have... Starting out, I kind of just want to have an idea of what my crit chance is, if that makes sense. %. Please, oh my goodness, it still don't work. Does it even work anywhere? It did. It affected this one. It's just POB. I don't think I can actually know what my... You know what we can do? We can just use like a placeholder skill. Let's use ball lightning or something. Doing spiritual aid? Nope. I am not doing spiritual aid because I have inspiring. Inspiring has an inbuilt spiritual aid on steroids. Let's just do ball lightning. And let's give that one an extra 1% crit. So we're going to go to our Mjolnir. We're going to delete it. We're going to put a base Mjolnir because I don't want to forget that is there. Add to build. Then we want to do increased lightning as much as possible if we can. It doesn't matter. We have a lot of increased damage. We don't need to min max it. Then let's do ball lightning. Ball lightning of inspire. That would be interesting. Has plus 1% to critical strike chance. So if I look at ball lightning. Oh my goodness, what? This can't be a bug. There has to be something preventing me from critting. There has to be you cannot crit somewhere that I'm not seeing. Because ball lightning doesn't have a 0% crit chance. You know what? You're absolutely right. I just realized what it was. It's this. That is what it was. So that was quite the journey we just went through because I forgot I had that, and it had the line never deal crits. Arcane, this I assume you've heard by now, but it's Absolution of Inspiring I'm playing around with. Okay, so in the universe where I never ever crits, I have to figure out how then to scale my accuracy without resolute techniques. That said, I don't need resolute techniques because initially I was going to have like a cast on crit with Cyclone, but now I'm going to use cast while channeling. My Cyclone is going to have cast while channeling, and so long as it has cast while channeling, I don't need it to hit for anything. It's going to cast while channel lightning warp. Can I spell lightning warp? So it's going to automatically trigger this. So I'm going to be teleporting as I use my Cyclone. This, because of all the increased AoE I would have from Ascendancy from everywhere else, this would hit if I do it close to an enemy. So this would then take the spot of Cyclone. This will take the spot of Cyclone and it hits, and as such, I don't need accuracy because I don't need to hit. I don't need my Cyclone to actually hit. Okay, so now we can see our 6% crit chances is 26. It makes a lot of sense now. Okay, okay. So 26% crit chance. All right. So we're going to go. What about cast when stunned? If I use cast when stunned, this is a low life build. If I do cast when stunned, then I would just have to not allow my, what's it called? I'll need to make sure that I get stunned, which means I'm not adding ES to my stun threshold and I get stunned often, and then, you know, that happens. My problem with cast when stunned is I would then need to be stunned, and as such, I would then need to use Immutable Force. And Immutable Force without Blood Notch, probably not a bad idea, to be honest, because it just makes it so you don't feel stuns. So if I use that, I use cast when stunned. The problem though is if I want to Uber Boss, no, I can't use it. I can't use it actually. The reason I can't use it is this is cast while channeling. So even if I am not actively hitting people, even if I am not what's it called? I am not around an enemy, I can still use Lightning Warp to teleport. Basically. Does that make sense? If I use cast when stunned, then I can't use Lightning Warp to move around, which is going to be where the bulk of my speed in this build comes from. Just channeling Cyclone and having it teleport me all over the map. I think one mana left uses, it doesn't use Resolute Technique, so I guess it's the same thing. He's using the Lightning Warp for the mana leech. No. Supported attack skills. Oh. So you have Calling Strike, less duration, cast while channeling, and this is just mana leech. I don't want to have mana leech because I'm not skilling accuracy. If I go into his Cyclone, what is his accuracy like? What is accuracy? 100%. So he does get accuracy off of Shaper's Touch. I don't want to go Shaper's Touch because I don't want to scale strength. I don't want to stack strength. I want to stack only intelligence and gain as much mana as I can. That hurts my eyes to watch though. You mean the teleportation? I think with the way he does it, it does because of the lightning. And to be fair, this version will have a lot of, I guess, cast because it's going to be Absolution. So imagine Absolution but with Spell Cascade or Awakening Spell Cascade. So it covers a large area happening every 0.25 seconds because of Mjolnir. Oh wait, that also explains why I need accuracy. I do need accuracy because of Mjolnir, because it's on hit. I need to hit. So unless I'm relying entirely on my Lightning Warp to hit, I might need accuracy. Oh, the beams are fine. Is the screen jumping? I don't think it's that bad. I'm about to play the video, so if you don't like bright lights, look away for a few seconds. But like it doesn't go too far, I think. It's like the one that's very bad is like
I see that.
The one that's very bad is, let's say, Frostblink builds. I think Frostblink is going to be worse to look at, but like this, I don't think it's too bad. It's small jumps every point whatever seconds, so it doesn't look as bad, you know. That's what I think. It still hurts, really. That's interesting. I mean, I can understand it. I don't know that this is a build you can play too long. Is that the beam that reduces your action speed? Or is it this one that just comes? No, I know. Oh, trust me, I still plan on using it. But I'm just saying, I think I'm fine with the small jumps. The ones I find very jarring are those that have like very large jumps, like the frost blinks, where all you're doing is holding frost blink and just you know zooming through the map. That I can't do. It's too much for me. Flicker strike is the same thing for me too. I can't do flicker strike. But this I can manage. So is lightning warp occurring enough for me to rely solely on it, or do I want accuracy for? I think I would want accuracy, to be honest. That's the action speed debuff I'm seeing. He's getting considerably slower. Anywho, I don't know that this is because it's going to be every time I lightning warp. That is when I effectively use the skill. So every time I lightning warp, that's when my damage comes in. Lightning warp damage comes in. If I have accuracy, so you know what we're gonna do here, maybe what I can do is I can just add additional accuracy support. This is 1 2 3 4 5, and then I just go he goes calling strike, I could go calling strike. I don't want to scale strength, which is part of the reason why I don't want what's it called, I don't want Cyclone to... I don't want to have to hit. But that being said, if I get additional accuracy, then the accuracy of my Cyclone looks like what, 100%? That's not true. That is not true. It's 75%. Even that I think is kind of not true. I can live with 75%. Is there any easy accuracy nodes on my way to wherever? He went Shaper's Touch, which gives him accuracy per intelligence. And because he's stacking a lot of intelligence, he gets a lot of accuracy. I guess I could go Shaper's Touch. But I'm not even entirely sure I like the idea of having so many uniques. But if I get all of these, then that's where I'm gonna stop with uniques. Everything else is... He's even using Helicar rings. Yeesh. That is... I feel like that's bloody expensive. Some high budgets. You need 100% or it feels bad. I agree. I agree that I need 100% or it feels bad. But I'm kind of just contemplating to go Shaper's Touch or not. I don't want to have to scale strength even slightly. But it's looking like I might have to. It is looking like I might have to. (16) intelligence. I'm just going 5% increase attributes. Can't can't have a spell, a stacker without that. It's lightning, so I probably want to get here. So honestly, I could do this. Really no int stacker, remember? I also want very big shocks. Guardian gets some for free. Where? Get armor equal to this of reserve mana. I don't plan on reserving my mana, so that's not good to me. Can my OBS finally show me my YouTube chat? Nope. Okay, we'll just have to keep looking. Templar, do you mean like this one? Templar gets strength and int. Oh yeah, yeah. In terms of on the tree, yeah, I have access to a lot of really good nodes for strength. So I'm not too bothered about. That's why I'm not too bothered about getting the strength requirement for Mjolnir. I'm not bothered by that at all. I'm just, if I don't have to, and I kind of don't want to, but it is looking like I might have to. It looks like I might have to just do all stack up until I get to a certain level of strength, and I can ignore it. Per level, like if I just do this, where is it? Strength. What? I'm so confused. Ow. I don't think any class gains stats for free unless it's like in the ascendancy. Am I bugging? Let's switch this back to automatic. How many points have we spent? We spent 80. There's a lightning cluster somewhere here. I just remembered I might want to get. I could go block as a defense, but I don't think I want to. All right, let me know what you find. Also, obviously, get this jewel socket. Get this one. If I'm here, I'm gonna get this one. Pick this up and then just remove this. Wait, if I'm here, I can potentially get easy access to spell suppress. But do I want that? I know there's a crypt multi-node here I probably want. So I just take that, remove this too. Take the... I don't know if I plan on taking the critical support gems. I probably will. For now, I'm going to leave that and... What's this? I'm going to leave this for now. There's also a cluster up here. What was it here? Yeah, increase spell damage while holding a shield. That I would want. Spell damage while holding a shield. But this is chance to block. This isn't what I'm thinking of. Here is, what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of a spell. I think it's this one. Yes, spell crit multi and crit chance. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so if I do this, I get easy access to it. That is specifically for spells. I just remembered it exists. Then this is for weapon 1. Going to put this right under weapon 2. What do I want to support it with? Squire. I want a lot of more damage modifiers. Now, if I go crit, like I currently am, I feel like I will be hard pressed to actually get in all the crits that I want. Or all, like getting a crit, it might be a tough choice. So if I'm not going to be getting crits, it would be easier to get like more spell damage modifiers all over the place. So like, for example, he doesn't go crits because he went Shaper's Touch. He gets here. This is an important node, I think, because of Arcane Surge. And I still need more mana nodes. Why did I forget I needed mana nodes? Also went ES. So I don't think we need much in the way of ES nodes. He went for this one because reduced mana cost on skills while on full ES. I also want some form of leech. How does he handle ES regen? That's a question I have. Does he just have a lot of... He has Zealot's Oath. He uses Ivory Tower with his regen. I don't really care about his recharge rate because this is, you know, after it goes through the whole non-taking damage. I'm kind of thinking while it's taking damage, what does that look like? Unless he doesn't have anything to counter that, which I would not want. I don't think, yeah, he has something. I think he has ES Leech. Where is his ES Leech? Is the question. Watcher's Eye, maybe? Watcher's Eye, he has one. Mana's extra ES with while affected by Clarity. Move speed while affected by Grace. He has Grace? Oh, yeah, I think he does, actually. Does he? This is Clarity and Discipline. He doesn't have Grace. Yeah, he doesn't have Grace here. ES recharge not interrupted. That's Wicked Ward. He doesn't have Wicked Ward. Unless there's something else I'm not seeing. He gets some extra lightning pen here. He doesn't take here. Interesting. Oh yeah. You know, I just realized something on my build too. I don't need that wheel. I don't need anything that's gonna take what's it called? I don't need anything that's going to give me increased damage, because I get enough increased damage from minion and potentially Indigon if I decide to go the Indigon route. I'm going to reduce mana cost of skills. Indigon just seems like such an uncomfortable place that when the more I read it about it, it was on a blessing. Was it? Oh yeah, I see Grace here. Okay. He does have Grace. So where is it socketed? I feel like I remember seeing it with General's Cry. But now I don't see Battle Mage's Cry. Oh, there it is. It's here. It's on the gloves. Grace, but Eternal Blessing, Wrath, Grace. Yeah, that's quite a lot of mana spent. But I guess it's not bad considering the setup is you want to spend a lot of mana for Indigon. Hmm. %54 increase cost for every 200 mana spent recently. Like, that is so steep. What does his mana regen look like? 1,000 per second, and he has mana leech on top of that. It doesn't surprise me at all. Like, it is wild. Where does he get his mana regen from? He has a lot of mana regen from the tree. Mana regen. But then the biggest one is clarity, which gives 272, as well as arcane surge. Wait, what is this? Oh, he gains mana regen per 1 mana. That's just base, so 272 mana regen. Is that in the game? Really? Isn't mana without Indigon bad? Not necessarily. There are ways to do mana stacking without Indigon. What's this? Anyways, there are ways to... Yeah, I don't see mana regen, but I guess it's one of those things that it doesn't show, right? There are ways to scale mana without Indigon. For example, Captain Lance's RF build doesn't use Indigon. Why? The build has an innate mana use where it's like it gets base fire damage off of your maximum mana. It doesn't have to be unreserved in this case. So he reserves his mana. He doesn't care. He doesn't have to spend any amount of mana because it's in the skill itself. And I think you'll find there are some other skills like this that use... What's it called? There are other skills like this that also use mana in their base description to where you can actually just scale mana without Indigon. But that said, Indigon gives you a bunch of increased damage. But then, with Absolution of Inspiring specifically, increased minion damage also gives the same effect. Every point in increased minion damage acts as 3. Which spiders are those? These are called the Wretch Defilers. They are found in tier 17s or just randomly using the... What did I just do? I use Ctrl G on my browser instead of in game. You can find them in tier 17s or randomly if you use invasive adversaries. They're pretty good. How did Caldera Ravagers go? Caldera Ravagers went it didn't go the best, but it also wasn't the worst. I just didn't like the playstyle of using links. I really didn't like it. I ended up going for... What was my last? Ironically, the minion that used the flame link the best is actually not a fire minion, which is just sad for fire minions. Well, in all my testing, the minion that took the best advantage of all the flat fire we get from flame link and some life stacking was actually the Necrotic Bones, the chaos minion, because of just how many times it hits with its channel like spell, as well as if you give it volley, it has big overlaps with AoE and whatnot. You've heard of those and you haven't seen them yet. Yeah, they're pretty good. I have a guide on them on my YouTube. So if you're looking for something like that, if you want to see what they look like, I can run a quick map, I guess. I'll need to do this, and I think that's it. Maven, that's the one. That's the last one. So this is what they look like in reality. We're going to do a quick map. break up the build making stream just for a few minutes. Have a breather here. Anyways, the added damage were best used by the necrotic bones because of how often they hit and the overlaps of their hits actually. So if I were to recommend fire minions, what is my final conclusion? I don't think fire specters, like pure fire specters, are a thing, but I do think that you can make them kind of work in the sense that you would have to go with other minions. Like the best way to use fire minions would be to use zombies, golem with a 10 link setup with squire, and then you'd have your ravagers in your chest piece with a 6 link damage setup, and then you'd have the glove, what's it called, the glove that converts to triad grip. You'd have a 4 red triad grip to convert the zombies and the carrion golem to maybe not even carrion golem, to be honest, but you'd basically have that to convert your main weapon minion or your main damage minion to fire, and then Caldera Ravagers would be there to support. So you'd use like a raised zombie or slamming for a wave clear most likely. What is slowing me down here? Yo, can you stop teleporting and just stay still and die?
Death's the only option here.
Oh, I have Katarina.
I really... Death is... You've made your show of...
If I press that button, that's the last thing I would want. So let's see. Have you tried to use one storm conduit to apply 50% shock with this minion? Yes, I have. That was I mentioned in one of the update videos, but I was initially looking into using potentially one of them as a support spectre, but it just didn't work out. I think the more I use the storm conduits, the more I hated them. And I think that's going to be the same for most people who try it. Why? Because storm conduits have a 12-second cooldown on their one big damage ability, which you care about. And if they miss it, then you effectively don't have any damage for the next 12 seconds, essentially. So it's not a good feeling. Okay, we're done with the bosses. Is that all? We are. I didn't even use Feeding Frenzy there. Oh well. Anyways, so with the storm conduits, they miss a lot. Like they have their whole channel thing, then they shoot their laser. It's very easy to miss. And when I mean very easy, it's incredibly easy for it to miss. Because if you convocate them, they're gonna miss. So you're now in this awkward spot where you have to think about when you convocate so you don't interrupt the beam. And if they miss, then they effectively had no use for the next 12 seconds. And then once it comes again, it's still very, very easy to miss. Thereby, and keep in mind, among all of these things, to actually get them to do any sort of damage whatsoever in between beams, you would have to give them like GMP, because your regular Caldera Ravagers don't need GMP. They don't need extra projectiles. They already have 9 projectiles. They don't need any more, right? You'd have to give them GMP, among other things, to make it so they actually do damage in between shock beams. But then they just don't do nearly as much damage between shock beams. And even if you were to use, no matter how you look at it, right, unless they hit that beam, you are at a big net DPS disadvantage than you would be if you just had 9 Ravagers. So the only way it works is if every single time they use their beam, they were hitting it. Then you can make the argument they are good as the support specters for the Wretch Defilers. But it just wasn't the case. They just missed so much. Like, oh, what is this? Ant's Contempt. I know you're not worth anything. You reminded me of the one that gives flat damage that gives to HE. I forget the name. But yeah, CLDR, I think they miss too much, and you're just nerfing your DPS by having them. You're adding clunk to your gameplay for no reason. Now, in a perfect universe where they hit all the time, it is a DPS increase because they apply a 50% shock, and that shock lasts 300% of the duration, if I remember correctly. So that's like 8 seconds, something like that. It's like 8 seconds. So it's like it has 8 seconds uptime, 12 seconds downtime, but in that 8 seconds, it's taking 50% more damage from your 8 defilers. So that is huge. Like if you use them and they hit, you will see, like you will literally see how like the increase in DPS from your 8 defilers. But if you don't hit, you know. So I just prefer consistent damage. I don't like that spike where they miss, and because they miss, that's effectively maybe 24 seconds where you're getting no damage from your 9th minion. You know, and at that point it's like, why do you have a +1 Spectre chest when like for half of a minute there was no increase to the DPS, you know? If the shock lasted longer, or if the cooldown was shorter, they'd be in a much stronger spot. But alas, that is not the case. That is not the case. That is not what actually happens. That is not the reality we have right now. Can I see the Ravager build? Sure. I'll have it on POB. Let me just open a new one real quick. I can honestly even just post it, but this is what we had for the... This is when I was planning, I think 9 Ravagers. Which one do you want? Oh, in-game? Oh, no. That is gone. I respect the character. Now, that character... is this one. I respect the character into this one, which is it's going to be... It is a chaos damage build now. The moment I realized I really didn't like the... Actually can pull up a VOD most likely. When was the last time I attempted to use them? Let's open up Twitch. And let's see. But this is the current... Let me see if I can find any monsters in here to play around with. Creator dashboard. I guess... This is the current. This one is going to be... It's a lot of things you can't see. Oh, we don't have... But this build essentially is scaling crit and it's scaling poison. But the poison is a side character, so we're mostly pushing the hit damage, but then we just give them 100% chance to poison because it's just extra damage on top of it that we don't have to not have, you know. I also considered using like critical strike affliction on them, but the problem with critical strike affliction was in the end game setup, I think we only get to like 50% crit chance with their spell, and because you only get to 50% crit chance, crit strike affliction is effectively a 50% multi on the poison, but then the poison only lasts 2 seconds rather, because we're not scaling unbound ailments and the like. So I just figured it wasn't worth it. I just went instead. I'm opting for either unbound ailment if I really want to scale the poison, because that is more like closer to an 80% multi if the target is tanky enough to live, or going for what's it called, void manipulation, which would scale the hit and the poison. So I think I'm leaning more towards void manipulation, because that also makes it so we no matter what gems we get, even if we accidentally get like an added cold or fire or elemental gem, no matter what we get, we cannot be reflected because we do no elemental damage thanks to void manipulation. So that is kind of what I am leaning towards now. But anyways, this is the current build. It's using Covenant and Unatos for an 8-link chess piece. So we have the 6 links here. We have the added chaos from the chess piece, and we have the extra link here. We are using the ignore attributes timeless jewel, so we don't need to care about attributes, because of the Covenant we cannot actually go. Because of the Covenant we cannot go CI. Yeah, CI is what I was thinking of. We can't go CI because of Covenant, because of this base life cost. So we had to go life base. If I could, I would really love to, you know, go CI, but I can't. So, but anyways, we're using 7 in sleep because of the crit strike multi per wither and because of the chance for wither. Because these have a base of chaos damage and not physical, unholy might doesn't do much for them because we're not converting anything. It just gives them chance for wither. So I just figured this has 75% crit multi at max wither stacks. Why not? It's 75% crit multi. It's hard to come about minion crit multi. It's big. So here we are. We're using an Arcanist brand setup to trigger our offering with Spirit Offering and Desecrate. We actually have Desecrate as the last one here because, well, simply because we want to, what's it called? We have it as the last one because we want to have an offering here. So we gain the Plague Bringer buff without popping it with Spirit Offering. So in a boss situation where the boss lasts is a certain amount of time, it casts the offering, then it casts Desecrate. But because there are no corpses, it doesn't pop anything. So then Desecrate brings the corpses. I am around the corpse. My minions are around corpses. We get the increased damage and reduced damage buffs. Then it comes here, it pops that one, but then repopulates it with Desecrates. So then we still have the corpses, and then we have the extra AoE, yada yada. So that's kind of why we have Desecrate last. I might end up moving it here, but for now, I do want to have the corpses around lasting a bit. So that's just a bit of information on that. Then we're using just health, just like crafted gear, nothing spicy. This is the spiciest piece of equipment we have, which is just +1. We got this for about 5-6 divines because the current league mechanic is busted AF. So we bought this for like 6 divines and it has perfect crit chance. So our in-game crit chance with Spirit Offering is like 40%, even though we actually do not even have the crit chance wheel, which we are now picking up as we level up. But that's this current character. I don't use this current character because I haven't really made it my main or anything. Mostly because this character still has survivability issues. I still need to figure out how to make it tankier. It's still a work in progress, but this is the character that was my this is one that was the fire, what's it called, the fire spectre character. It's a whole lot of AoEs, a whole lot of overlapping, it's a whole lot of stuff happening. So because of this, leave visual clarity in the past. You don't worry about it. You don't see anything on the ground. You don't see none. You just hope you're not on any effects. We are also not immune to shock because we are currently not using a Storm Shroud. So that is something we probably also want to fix. We should use it. We need to use a Storm Shroud and then just get a avoid shock chest ghastly eye jewel in our Darkness Enthroned, and that makes us ailment immune essentially. So we still need to do that, and until we do, we are very vulnerable to shock. Very much so. We also have not, I have not touched my flasks. So my flasks are +2. Can I type? Oh, never mind. I don't need Twisted. Okay, I don't need Twisted. Did you do the whole Mahuzotel thing? I dropped Mahuzotel on this build because of the crit scaling. Without this crits here, it becomes very hard to get reliable crits, and without reliable crits, it becomes harder to scale spells past a certain point in terms of single target damage. So like, it is very important. If I was able to use like anything other than a severed in sleep weapon, I would have probably gone for Mahozoto because I really didn't want to drop the Mahozoto because it gives so much tank. Like, so much tank, it's not even funny. But yeah, the sacrifices you have to make, because with the weapon, if I had the weapon, then I get crit chance there. I can ignore this one having crit chance, then I can have the defensive option. I could even have gone for an Aegis or something if I had access to the weapon, but we don't. 3k life worries me. In the POB, we actually get up to 4k. We get up to 4k with like 50% chance to block, spell, and attack. So it's not the worst, but like right now, like I said, the build has survivability issues because we're just on 3k life in reality. I haven't gotten a lot of the, I guess, nodes that would give me a lot of life. So like I can show the tree after this and what I plan to eventually get. What the hell is popping me? You know, I don't. Oh, it's you. Oh, but right now we have Mind Over Matter, in case you're wondering. So we are not actually as squishy as, you know, we look to non-chaos. We're using, but that said, it can get annoying to not have. Oh, great. We also don't use Feeding Frenzy in this build. The reason we don't use Feeding Frenzy in this build is because we actually should. I just remember this build is not the Link one. The Link one didn't use Feeding Frenzy. This one does. So I've actually been nerfing my damage by not using that. Yeah, we have Feeding Frenzy now. I can't play on less than 4k right now. I'm 4.3 plus 2k with normal with Mind Over Matter EB. Yeah, I will figure out a way to like get more survivability into the build. Like I said, it's still a work in progress. I need to figure out what the damage is going to look like and how much of the damage I guess I can strip away is kind of where we are at. I have no idea, like, because POB doesn't have the numbers, I can't really play around with the actual numbers. I assume it has a very, very, very high damage ceiling because of the simple fact that it's a mortar. It's currently on an 8 link. It has 75% crit multi. It has overlap because of the fact that it's a mortar. You know, all of these things would allow me to believe that it has a high damage ceiling. The question now is the damage enough to where I can largely ignore, like, for example, the shield. If I could drop the shield and the crit chance, that would give me a lot of survivability with like Mahozoto, where all I would take is chaos and fire damage. And because with Mahozoto, like, I already couldn't go, I already didn't have access to, you know, CI. It's really no big deal for me. It's really no big deal, you know, so we'll figure it out. But yeah, I just want to show that character real quick because I don't think I've actually shown it on stream, or maybe I have. I don't know. I do not remember if I have or not. What is this? Number of sockets. Do I care about that? Do I have an item that I think I have? Do I have an ivory tower? I have a covenant. Yeah, I do have an ivory tower that I found from what's his face, this nameless seer. I also have a covenant that actually cares about the number of sockets. Where is chess piece, please? Am I blind? You look like shield. I have a covenant I found from, again, another nameless seer that I randomly found because of the league mechanic. So let's do that. Nothing. Oh well. Is there anything good here? I didn't drop a veiled orb. I don't know that there are any safe houses that I particularly care about or any syndicates. Yeah, there's really no one. Hillock might be decent, but probably not. This is maybe the last room I care about. Yeah, that's it. Gravicious. Even Gravicious didn't drop anything. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Now that's still I can play with 4K, yeah, but I only play SSF and farm T17s on SSF. Yeah. I definitely want this build to be tankier, but we have to see, or that other build to be tankier, because like I'm used to this character, and this character is good in terms of its defenses. It actually can eat damage without falling flat, you know. I love this character's defenses, and this is kind of like my new, what's the word I'm looking for here? I guess breakpoint. This is my new golden standard, my yardstick for how much damage I want people characters to be able to eat. But yeah, I was going to look for the last time I ran a map on the Ravager. So let's see. It should be 4040. I wasn't doing 4040 with Fire Spectres. I think it was like probably here. I think it was probably this one. Or maybe the one before. We'll see. This is... What character is this that has Tabula Rasa? Why do you have Tabula Rasa? I think this is when I was respecing actually. This is when I was actually getting this character up and running with Mahozotto. Maybe. Or maybe this was switching to Necrotic Bones. I was making a wand here for that character. So yeah, this was probably... Yeah, this is the links. So this was 7/7 Ravagers, I believe. So this was the one where I gave them melee splash so their melee attacks would help clear. And we would have the cremation scaled for single targets. The problem with this version is even with the extra movement speed slash attack speed, cast speed we gave them, their base attack times and whatnot were just so low that it didn't make too much of a difference. Like Jacqueline was still terrible. So what I ended up doing was I played around with, there was a fire, what's the fire spectre I played around with after this? Fleric Syntheeth, I believe, from synthesized maps. That's what I played around with. I played around with mixing them and the Caldera Ravagers, and that had, you know, more success, I think. I 100% think it had more success, and what's it called? It had better clear because it was scaled around the spells. They had crits, so I had to scale crits to get the full, to get like full benefits from them. I don't remember, this is level 64, so this was campaign. This was still me leveling up the character actually. I was getting my links sorted out. Yeah, this is a very early version. It means it was this one maybe? I feel like that's the one we just watched. Yeah, this one's the one we watched. Then we went on our No Rest for the Wicked and League stream, and then we came back. I think in this time that was when I switched off of it and I went to Necrotic Bones, because I played a lot of, I guess we don't have footage. We probably don't have footage from it. But yeah, that's the TLDR of that, how that went. With the Fleric Syntheeth, they were okay at best. Like the clerics indeed, even with their flame blast that has more damage and all the flat damage, fire damage we gave them, it still just felt meh. Like at the end of the day, it just felt meh in terms of damage, so I just left it. If you really wanted to go fire a flame or fire minion build, I think what you probably want to do is just, you would probably not go Wraith Lord. I think that is the conclusion I am going with. I think you don't want a Wraith Lord. There's a T17 lightning golem that, why is there a heart beside your text I can't read? There's a T17 lightning golem that owns, I don't know the name, but it hurts me. You said lightning, right? We can actually take a quick peek at let's say Sanctuary. Let's look at the monsters here. Where is it again? Sanctuary, Nightmare of Lycia. I think it's this one I'm supposed to click on. Nope. How do I get there again? Oh, I just need to scroll down. There we go. You said lightning, right? Let's find the ones that have the highest lightning res. Necrotic Bones has lightning res, I guess. I assume this is chaos res. So Pale Angel. It shoots a bunch of balls at you and they hurt. What is the color of its projectiles? What color? Are they reddish? Does it look like ball lightning? Because it's mobs like this that have the 75% to lightning res that are likely to have it. So like Pale Angel, I didn't know what this mob kind of looks like. It shoots a big beam that does lightning. It white. So it can't be Pale Angel because Pale Angel is more orange. It could be one of these other ones. Let's see. It also can't be Storm Conduit because Storm Conduit is bluish. Lightning Orbs. Your hits cannot stun enemies. AoE. It could be this one. It says Breach Lightning Orb Crucible. I don't think anyone has the Lightning Protector. It looks like a Golem MTX. This is a construct. What tags does it have? It has bludgeoning weapon. It has construct. It has hard armor, lightning affinity, medium height, not dex, ranged, slow movement. So it looks like a lightning golem. Let's check all of them. Bearded bolter. This I think is going to be a goat man. Yeah, I think it could be protector potentially. I have no idea. This one has Clockwork Golem, Chevron, Atlas, Uber data. So like, it has Golem here, but so does this one, and this one has Goatman. So this is the Goatman, like I said. This one should be the one that has the Shock Nova and the Spark, and it has a low health pool. Probably has the same AI moving thing that I hate among all the Goatmen casters. Not going to look at that. Refinery Shocker, I feel like it sounds like something that would be in Act 9. Look at MTX for Stone Golem, it looks like that. Okay, let's open the game. Which MTX? The robotic looking one. Skill effect. Stone Golem. So this one, the Miracle Golem or the Clockwork Golem? I'm guessing it's the Clockwork Golem. If it's the clockwork, no. Dark shard, it looks like, oh, like this? Huh. I almost feel like I have seen it. I almost feel like I have seen it myself and I didn't notice it do anything special. What you cooking? Solution of inspiring archmage setup, most likely. Oh shit, someone's about to buy something for 6 divines. I don't know what it is, but sure. I'm guessing this is one of my, oh, it's this one. This one I accidentally crafted and I was like, yeah, I'll just sell it. I hear a shout. Thank you. Come on, let's get lucky. God damn it, it's been a while since we got lucky on that one. We're gonna dump this one back. Anyways, so you said dark shard, right? So if it looks like dark shard, I wish these things had pictures, but they don't. If I had to wait, if I had to say, they both have clockwork golem as the metadata. This one I guess would look like Frost Auto Scout because that is the only thing I can interpret from here. Like maybe this one looks like Frost Auto Scouts, which would be the clockwork golem slash golem, which would be like this too. But if it looks like this, it kind of looks like a totem skin, then my guess is it's gonna be the protector. Refinery shocker. Either way, let's just look at both of them. It's probably one of these two. I don't know which one, but let's look at them. This one shoots arc, so it's definitely not this one. So it's this one. This is the only one that has lightning orbs. This has a 5-second cooldown, and 5-second cooldown. It cannot stun. Base duration is 6 seconds. I'm guessing this is those stationary orbs. What am I thinking of? You know, looks like the mix of the two MTXs. I think it might be this mob. So what I'm thinking of is, I think yesterday I did the hidden, so I can actually pull up Twitch video footage of it. But the skill I'm thinking of right now is the one that Ash does, or just breach mobs in Ash's domain overall. The one where he drops a ball lightning. Is this Ash? And this is Onator. So I did Ash like two, I think it was like either, yeah, this one. So like, you know how when you're doing Ash's domain, let's just go forward. Yeah, that's, I think it does this move. I think it's a kind of ball lightning. This one, the stationary orb of lightning. I think it does this. I think this is the move that is being described here. Breach lightning orb, crucible, Atlas, Uber. I think that's the move being described here. It has a base duration of 6. It deals this damage. Base secondary duration of 3 seconds. What secondary duration? Let's say it cast that's it. Okay. So let's say it casts the lightning, right? And what secondary effect what? It casts the lightning, the ball, so it's lasting 6 seconds, and in that 6 seconds, any enemy that comes in its range would get hit by the lightning. Makes sense. What is the secondary duration? Is there like a debuff? I think I get hit by it. Is there a debuff? It deleted my minions and me. Yeah, I've definitely had moments like that. I'm very, especially when it comes to harbingers, because harbingers do it too. They shoot the ball lightning or one of them that chains. Yeah, they shoot that one. The harbinger one doesn't stop. It keeps going, but then all of them shotgun, I think, or something. So they, like last season, I know it melted my. It kept killing my zombies. So I don't think it has a debuff around it. I don't think it has a debuff around it. But I have no idea what this secondary duration is talking about. Maybe you keep getting hit for 3 seconds once you touch it. I don't know. I have no idea. But yeah, I think this is the minion that we're looking at. As a Spectre, it'd be terrible though. Like it has terrible life, so survivability would be a big issue. It deals low base damage on its spammable attack. Actually, it has no spammable attack because this has a cooldown time of 6 seconds. So how does it work? It has a mortar skill that has an impact, which is exactly how we have for the necrotic bone. So that's chill. But like, if this is a mortar skill, then there can be overlap. So this base damage becomes less relevant. So the base damage is not bad because this is a mortar skill. Because if you have volley and you give it enough AoE, you could potentially have like 3 or 4 projectiles hitting. Now, of course, volley has a less damage modifier, but it's still going to be like overall like 300% damage or whatever. So like you can just 3x this for mortar skills or whatever. It's fine. But I don't understand this cooldown time. If this has a cooldown and this has a cooldown, it doesn't have an auto attack. And if it doesn't have an auto attack, we're looking at another Hydra with this minion, where it does its 2 skills and then it just runs around until it can do something again. Yeah, that's what I think. I think that's what it does. It just runs around while its skills are on cooldown. It shoots the mortar, which has a 6. Why would they give a mortar like this a 6-second cooldown? I don't get it. Well, I get it. You don't want it to be busted inside the map because this is already a nasty skill to have to deal with. Because this has permanent uptime. It has a 6-second base duration and a 5-second cooldown. So long as it's alive, this orb is going to be on the map. But like this one, as a monster, I get why it has a cooldown. But I would wish that for the Spectred version, they would remove the cooldown so it actually has a spammable attack. But that's not the case. There's no Spectre version that we can see. If we're going off of the information we have here, its DPS is going to be very low simply because of the fact that it already just doesn't have any consistent damage. Yes, they would. But that's as monsters. You see, that's the thing. I don't want to face that. But if they can give it to me while it's on my side, I wouldn't mind. I'm just saying, I wouldn't mind. You know, just remove the cooldown. Let me actually start, you know, lightning gaming. Just saying. But this has really good base damage considering how much it hits. If that orb of lightning is to be trusted, I think this would be a pretty good effect. I don't know that there's nothing here that makes me think none of them shock. So I think this one would be a pretty good source of shock. But if it's in a Wretch Defiler build, it probably doesn't outperform the Defiler shock. That said, if you give this like GMP, it's possible they all shotgun because of the way the skill works. It's possible they all hit the same target. So this might be very, very strong. GGG doesn't want good Spectres without jank. I agree. Like, I agree. Like, I'm at a point where I have tested so many different Spectres that I have come to the conclusion that it is intentional that Spectres are in the state they are in. I can think of a number of Spectres that would do better or would be very usable if they had, let's say, lower cooldowns. For example, Caldera Ravagers. Why do they have an 8-second cooldown on their cremation? I don't know. It's the only ability they have of interest, but we can't play with it because 8-second cooldown. Conduits, 12-second cooldown on their shock beam. Why? I don't know. They have terrible base damage. Other than that, why? I would rather have the beam do half the damage but have 6-second cooldown than its current state of 12-second cooldown and the damage. Like we can work around it, or alternatively, they could have given us some support gem like minion cooldown recovery support, where the support gem would give us cooldown recovery for minions, so it cannot be abused by other skills that have cooldowns, and you want to reduce it for the player. This is specifically minions. It reduces the cooldown of minion skills. This would be nice, and of course, many minion builds would love it. Holy Relic would love it. Warcaller runs away to cast SRS. That's the spectral leader, but yes, it runs away to cast SRS. So it can't be used with melee minions, and with range minions, it's only going to be around maybe a few of them, maybe 3, 4, and it's still squishy. Like if I have to deal with a squishy spectre, at least make it strong. Like for example, look at how strong the Defilers are. The Defilers are I think one of the better designed specters of the past Lord knows how long, because they have clear strengths and they have clear weaknesses. The Defilers, they lack single targets, but their wave clear, they do it exceptionally well, and I like that. I would prefer if minions had that, they had their focus. Like for example, the Tahoa Shaman, they are also decent, they are also well designed in the sense that because of their projectile speed, what's it called? Because of their projectile speed, their clear is limited. They aren't the best for clear, but for single targets, they are really, really strong. They're phenomenal, right? That is another example of the exact same thing we're talking about here. They have their clear strength, and you can try to build around their weakness to make them more balanced, or you can really try to push that strength to where you just have that strength, giga buffed, right? But when you look at Caldera Ravagers, what do they do good well? Nothing. DPS, they could in theory do DPS well because they have cremation that's up 100% of the time. The problem is the cremation A is not casted around a smaller region, so you have it spread out to where a lot of them are just useless if you have enough of the Ravagers. Now on the flip side, look at the Storm Conduits. Well, they have a big Kamehameha beam. It shocks. It feels really good. All right, what does it have? 12-second cooldown. In what clear scenario do I need my clear ability 12 seconds? You can say, okay, it's terrible at clearing, but single targets, it should be better. Nope, you'd still be wrong, because all it takes is for the boss to move once and they would all miss. All of them. And this problem is actually there for many minions. For example, another minion that suffers from this is the Auto Enforcer. Yeah, it's the Auto Enforcer. This one comes from heists. This one is cold. It does cold damage base. It has a very, very high damage bomb ability that it does every 15 seconds. This bomb ability, if it hits, it is going to do a lot of damage, but it has a 15-second cooldown. Why? The bomb already moves slow. It has to get to the end of its travel, and then it explodes. But it has a 15-second cooldown, so you can't build around this. This has decent base damage at best. I say, like, this is the base damage of the bomb, so just for context, it's huge. Like, this is disgusting. If it lands, it is gonna nuke the target. But like, it's awkward because they would have to then spend 3 seconds casting this every 15 seconds for them to just miss the skill, or in a clear scenario, they're just going to shoot this at a mob that's already dead from like other minions or other skills, and this creates this window where none of your minions would end up actually having damage, but they're all casting this skill that will most likely miss. And it just feels bad. Now, if they reduce the cast time of this ability, this minion actually becomes a lot better. Why? Because even though the projectile becomes a lot slower, they would spend less time having less DPS from this one. Then you can potentially skill this one with hatred. Another limitation is hatred. This one doesn't have physical to cold, it just has cold. So hatred, you don't gain from the phase as extra cold, it's just more cold spell damage or whatever. That's another limitation for this particular Spectre. And the list goes on. What else is there? There are multiple. Like you look at Artless Assassins, they have EA that does decent single targets. What does that one have? It has like a 12-second cooldown. Why? I don't know. It just does. And then its regular attack is Burning Arrow. Burning Arrow. What? But yeah, GGG doesn't want Spectres to be good. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I have tested enough Spectres at this point to come to the conclusion that I don't think they want them to be good. And I probably will end up making a rant video about it, because why not? But yeah, I think they make Spectres with very big flaws, so you don't find broken builds with them, I guess. I think the idea or their thought process is, if they make the Spectres weak, they don't have to commit as much resource to balance fixing Spectres. Because if we want to be honest, it is bloody hard to deal with all the Spectres we have in PoE. Like the race Spectre gem as a whole blows my mind with our repository of like potential Spectres. It blows my mind as a whole. So you can imagine how difficult it would be balancing all of that. That's fine, I get it. But if you were to make interesting minions or interesting Spectres that are not inherently flawed, and some broken builds come from it, I mean, look at the builds we have going on right now. Ignore the minion side of things. So right now, just ignore the fact that this spell exists. Holy Relic of Conviction, or whatever it's called, the T-Gem Holy Relic. Ignore that. Look at Detonate Dead. It's broken as shit. It's been broken since time immemorial. People, it's not a fun playstyle, but it's strong. People play it. You always have stuff like that in the game. Look at was it John Groan that made Eye of Winter with Arcanist Brand or something weird like that had insane damage for low investment. People will find things. That's fine. Let us find the minions that are rewarding. Let us have that moment as minion players. I have nothing against that. Then you could decide to nerf it. You could decide to whatever. You can you can then take actions after the fact. But like the fact that there are no interesting, like, I guess I won't say there are no interesting DPS Spectres, because Rectifilers are there, right? And Tauhua Shaman are there, bro. The fact that there are so few, when you could potentially do so much, like the skill gem has so much potential. Like it genuinely has so much potential. It just needs a bit of work. DGG just do not want you to have AFK playstyle. You have to press buttons to have a weaker build. Okay, so to count, the thing about that, right, is even if it is AFK playstyle or in the current state of Spectres, how would you I guess not AFK it to have big damage? With the current 12-second cooldowns and 8-second cooldowns, there aren't even ways to where you can reduce the cooldown if you were active. That is my problem with it. Like, if we had links that could potentially reduce cooldowns, okay, it's active, you have to press buttons. I hit links and I wouldn't do that, and as such I would probably go for something else. But at least there is something, you know, there's something that we can work with. No, I agree. I don't think GGG is going to let us have this nice thing. I think it's going to remain flawed. and I think it is sad that it's going to remain flawed, as flawed as it is, you know, because like I said, I see the potential the skill gem could have, and I obviously love the theme of it. I love the concept. I love Raise Spectre as a whole, and like as someone who actually started playing PoE in like December of 2022, I think. I have had my journey through PoE, learning everything through like temporary minions with SRS, more permanent minions with zombies, and in between with like Absolution, Dominating Blow. I've played around with a lot of things. Since I started playing around with Raise Spectre, that is when I've had the most fun with PoE. When I started messing around with like different specters last league, with the Hydras, the runic skeletons, the sanguine monsters, when I started playing around with those specters, that was when I had the most fun. Why? Because I love variety. I love being able to use different, like, there are only so many different gems in the game, you know. There's golem. What kind of golem? There's carrion, there's stone, there's lightning, there's fire, there's whatever. There's skeletons. Okay, there's skeleton, there's archer skeletons, which I think are meh right now. There's mage skeletons. Okay. Next, there's animate weapon. There's range animate, there's melee animate weapon. Okay. What else? You go through the list and you realize there aren't too many options. It's like at the end of the day, if you really want power, you'll probably end up with a golem zombie build. That's the TLDR of minions in its current state. If you really want power, you will probably end up with a golem zombie build, and that's kind of sad. That is what you end up with. Either that, or you end up with SRS. Or I guess you could end up with some form of skeletons. That is kind of also a thing. So like, there's also that. But it's like, it's so limited. And even the golem, what golems are you really? The golem you're ending up with is either carrion golem or stone golem. How many builds use flame golem? Flame golem is basically a meme. Same thing for lightning golem. Chaos golem. Like, look at what they did to Chaos Golem. They gave it a dot, like the trans gem. They gave it a dot that doesn't stack with other Chaos Golems of Maelstroms or Maelstorms. So it's like, what's the point? Like, what is the point? So yeah, like, but then that brings me to, it's like, when you then go to like Raise Spectre, right? Raise Spectre, you can do so much. You can raise a skeleton, you can raise a gold mine, you can raise a construct. You can raise Brutus. You can raise, like, there's so much that can, in the way of like variety there. Like, by going Raise Spectre, I can build complete. By going Raid Lord and Raise Spectre, I can go complete into cold minions, and I can use Auto Enforcer. Or I can go Caldera Ravagers and I fully scale fire. Or I go Tahoa Shaman and I fully scale poison. Or I go Rectifiers and I fully scale lightning. Or I go like Ravenous Macerators and I go physical. Like, there's so much potential there. There's so much like room for variety. Oh, you want this league? I feel like playing melee specters. You pick up your melee specter, you make a melee 10 link one or weapon, and then you go to town on it. It does really good. You pick up a ranged attack, and then you do the same thing next league. You pick up a ranged spellcaster that does maybe chaos, do the same thing. Like that in my head is the ideal scenario, where there are so many different balanced specters to where we just have options. But like right now, there really aren't options. What are our options? We can go Mindweave Sentinel if we want to go cold as spellcasters, I guess. But they have limited scaling, in my opinion. They're very expensive to actually scale properly, and it's still limited on top of that. We have in the way of attack specters, what do we even have? I guess let's stay on spellcasters. We have Wretch Defilers, we have maybe we have Necrotic Bones. I think necrotic bones have potential, so I'm going to put them in the list. Maybe we have necrotic bones. We have Tahoa Shaman. What else do we have in the way of spellcasters? That's it. Templar War Maidens were meh. We have Baronite Preachers, but every single time I have seen people use Baronite Preachers, I feel like the damage on paper should be higher than what we're actually seeing. So I almost feel like there's something wrong with Baronite Preachers somewhere. Either on POB or on POEDB. I feel like there's something wrong. There's a base damage difference or added damage effectiveness we're not seeing. But that's besides the point. So I don't even want to include Baronite Preachers here. We have slave drivers for early game. They don't scale too well because they're squishy, and what else is their issue? They're squishy, and I think just range issues, to be honest. They are like almost semi-melee, unless you scale like AoE a lot. And that's it for spells. For attacks, it's even worse because we don't have attack specters. We have Crush Claw. And that's it. Yeah, we just have Crush Claw. Support specters are decent. Can you look into Tremor Bones? Sure. No space. Tremor Bone. Tier 17. Oh god, that is a low life. Well, let me see. They cast Despair, they cast Temporal Chains, and they cast Enfeeble. These are Necromancer type summon, right? Pitiful Fabrication. They have bones, they have skeleton. No, it's a skeleton. The skeleton type. They are found in Grand Necromancer packs. Okay. So the Grand Necromancer can kind of on the map can summon this. Okay. Do you want to know anything about them? They have very low life. They are a nice source of despair and potentially temporal chains, to be honest. But they would overwrite your spells. Unless they use their own, they have like infinite skill effect duration. So they permanently have, so their despair is permanent. Huh. I think I don't see anything that indicates that they would not overwrite your spells, but their curses are permanent. So if they cast Despair, it's gonna stay forever. But then I think what will end up happening is they cast Despair, then they cast Temporal Chains, and they cast Enfeeble, and then they just keep repeating. And if you put them with Spell Echo, they would cast this twice, then cast this twice, and keep going. But yeah, I see no reason. I see nothing here that indicates they would have higher curse limits. They don't seem to apply anything of the sort. But I feel like there's a minion. There's a minion. I don't remember the name of that could do something about it with like curse limit. It could actually curse. It was a version of, I don't remember the name. I think it also casts Enfeeble. Enfeeble. I think it's Diabolist, to be honest. I think it is. Has Enfeeble. Curse enemies have this. Deal less active skill area of effects. This also doesn't mention curse limits. Maybe it's not the Diabolist. You can apply 3 additional curses, like this one could be. You can apply 5 additional. So I think they would need to have something like that on their character for them to actually not overwrite your curses. Ancient Suffering. Ancient Suffering. It has a screech. Screech, screech. Its life looks sad. Oh, it's not as bad as I thought. Has low base damage, and this is not a mortar. It's gonna screech a lot. But yeah, I don't see this one having any sort of damage. But it has cursed enemies with temporal chains, and it applies an additional one. Oh, not bad. This is the one I was thinking of. I think temporal chains can apply an additional curse. This is important. So yeah, the first one we saw, which is the no refinery shocker, the tremor bones. Yeah, I think it's gonna overwrite your stuff. Use ancient suffering, it's great. Yeah, I think any minion that can solo add a curse to your curse limit is a beautiful addition to any setup. It even gives me an idea for my current chaos build. But that being said, I don't think I'm gonna use it because I don't want to have 7 minions and then an extra support. I don't think my poison is good enough. I don't think it's worth it. If it was despair, if that was despair, maybe I should check despair, to be honest. If it casts despair instead and I could cast something else, a different curse, maybe. But then what would I cast? What would I curse? Probably just a mark or something. Like Alchemist Mark could be decent. Yeah, nothing casts despair. Been wanting to try Tremor Bones for the double curse. I mean, you can try it. You just wouldn't use curse if you were to use them. You just let them use their curses, so they'd go despair, and then you'd have negative chaos res. Then they do temporal chains, which overwrites despair. Unless there's something I'm not seeing somewhere, which I don't think there is. Oh, wait. I'm just seeing it now. This curse is cast as an aura. This is an aura. This is blasphemy. Like blasphemy aura, essentially. It's cast as an aura. It is cast as an aura. But that thing is, I don't think you can summon it. Well, let's test this theory, shall we? We have Sanctuary map. Let's go into Nightmare of Lycia. You can. You see how it says Spectre with a no? Look at Tremor Bones. So yeah, I see no reason why you shouldn't be able to summon it. I mean, it's worth testing out. I don't know how people tell if something is desecratable or not, because there's no tag I can see that says, oh, this, you can desecrate this or you cannot. But corpse cannot be destroyed. Oh yeah, it does say that, huh? I hate when you can summon but not desecrate. Yeah, it's very annoying. It is very annoying having to go back to the same map, especially when the monster is from like an influence map. That's even worse. What else has corpse cannot be destroyed? Is there something I know I cannot desecrate? Or I cannot you're using deadly tarantulas? Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I know that is one reason I can't do deadly tarantulas. If I were to do deadly, I would invest too much into minion defenses so they never die and I never have to deal with going to get them again. Because I know you can't desecrate deadly tarantulas. I hate hunting pale seraphim. Hunting any beyond mob is a pain in the ass, if you ask me. Harvest is very tolerable. You know when they die, you can kind of plan around it. With Crusader, you get to see, like, if when I was hunting for Baronite creatures, I would see the ball lightnings come from a mile away, and I'm like, oh, there's one there. When it comes to Pale Seraphim, especially if you have damage, if you don't have the damage, and maybe not, but if you have damage, you're never going to see it jump. It's just going to die, and you're never going to see where it dies. It just randomly spawns and just randomly dies wherever it is, and you don't get to, you know. And they made crush claws disappear faster recently, but you can still grab them. Did they really? Because this is the first season I'm actually grabbing stuff from Harvest, and I find that their corpses last around a fair bit, like maybe 2-3 seconds. Like, you kind of have time. I always prep everything I need, like desecrate, like not even desecrate. I remove spell echo, I remove offering, everything before. If I'm using the reservation helmet, what's it called? The one from Katarina. I don't remember the name, but anyways, the reservation helmet that has Feast of Flesh, I remove that too when it's about to die. Yada yada. I prepare and I'm like, boom. But beyond is an absolute pain. It is an absolute pain. You can use Baydat on Atlas, but that's it. Pure Seraphim is from Baydat specifically, or from any of them, because I have very little experience when it comes to Beyond, so I just know it's a pain to try to resurrect anything from it. I think corpse cannot be destroyed honestly means you can't desecrate it. You can't resurrect it, which is a pain. I can't think of anything else that has corpse cannot be destroyed. Except maybe bosses. Oh no, I know Baydat is a Beyond boss, and I know there's what's it called? There are nodes to try to make it more likely you can get Baydat or you can get Kitash. I know there's one more. There's Gore. There's Kitash, and then there's Baydat. I guess follow us off means they probably have different mob types. So the Demon Harpy will probably be from someone else that is not Kill Chiron, Voracious, Swarming. Yeah. So Pale Seraphim is a follower of Baydat? Interesting. I even know this. Do the other leaders have any notable specters? Okay, we have done everything under the sun in this stream, which is funny. It's actually very funny. We went on a long rant from our build testing. You can see it all on PoEDB, really? Okay, let's see. Be that. It was never this hard before. Do we see his followers? No, we do not. Do we see beta topic? All flame embers of betas. I guess let's see demons of betas. This is, I guess, all flame. By that logic, let's do demons of Kitash. I think that's how you spell it. Yeah, I spelled it properly. Is this where you find Pale Angel? Because I suspect Pale Angel was from the first one. Go to Pale Seraphim and look under the monster tag. I forgot they don't recommend. It's a demon. It has packs, Sanctuary, Pale Seraphim, Pale Virtue. Look under the monster. Look at the monster. Beyond monster, this red blood. League, Hellscape, Pale Faction. Hellscape, Pale Elite 2, Spectre. Unless I'm looking in the wrong place. Here. Stabby walk. That's funny. Yeah, there's no way it has beta written. Pale Faction. Hellscape Pale Boss. I guess this is the closest we have. Yeah, that's about it. Hellscape Pale Boss. But let's see Kitash. It says the same thing. This one has Hellscape Demon Boss. Okay. So this one is like what? Demon Army? Pale Angel. This one is Beyond Demon. Demon is unarmed. It just says demon, but I have to assume it's the same as Kitash, which is... Now this one also has demon. Pale Faction, I guess. So it's the same thing. Pale Faction. So the ones who have demon are the ones that are from Hellscape Demon Boss. So Demon Harpy, Demon whatever else. Pales are from Kitash. Pales are from Bedat. Demons are from Kitash. And what does Grow have? Or Gore, I think is the spelling. For the Grasping Maw. Flesh. Like who? Who has flesh in their name? What monster has flesh in its name? I feel like I should know one. Race Spectre. Who has flesh? Flesh sculptor. Is that it? That's the only popular one, or popular enough to be here one. Because like if you go on that pale, you'd see quite a few. No one cares about gore. Like Pale Seraphim, Pale Angel at least. I guess they also aren't that many. These are the only two I could think about. And then Demon Harpy. Demon Harpy, Demon Herder. I guess, okay. I mean, now I understand the rhyme to the reason behind that. No one gives a fuck about you, Gore. What he means? So that one was Flesh. I don't remember the name. The things you learn in SSF. Yep. The things you learn. I would just go to Global 6666 and, you know, I need a Pale Seraphim. Thank you very much. I knew where to get it, but I didn't even know that there were different mob types. So you live, you learn. All right. Or different. I knew there are different bosses, but I didn't know if their followers would be different. But yeah, they are. These kind of things are handy to know. Not because of anything, but because I just like knowledge. That's pretty much it. I just like knowledge. Ah, okay. So I think we're done with our rant about specters and why GGG, you know, doesn't like them. I mean, I think they also know they don't like them, and I think they don't care if we know that. What I will say to GGG's credits is, despite not liking it, they do give support for it, which is something that I always hated Diablo for example, because just because they didn't see minions as a playstyle in Diablo meant they just didn't give any support to minions. So it was very awkward. You don't have enough skill tree nodes on Diablo to completely spec into minions and not have any leftover points, like at least in the past. You'd have very big incentives to like sacrifice them. You had limited use of your, what's the name of those things? Your glyphs? Were they glyphs? I think they're glyphs. Stuff like that. Like, they didn't see minions as a playstyle, so they did not include any support whatsoever. So like I said, to GGG's credits, if they really do not want this as a playstyle, they are actually doing a I don't say amazing job, but they're doing a very good job at still providing support for it, because they understand that they do have players who would like to play this. So yeah, to GGG's credits at the very least. Although I nearly posted a 1-hour video on what's wrong with the game at the moment, but I decided to not because it drew negative attention to my channel. Yeah, it's I think sometimes it's necessary, but for me personally, right, with my channel, what I try to do is I try to play devil's advocate, and this is how I actually am. Anyone who's actually friends with me knows this, but even with the dumbest things, I try to play devil's advocate. So like when I make a video, for example, about listing the things that are, you know, wrong, like I would still play devil's advocate and give the other side, which is like I said just now, in GGG's defense, they are providing support for something they might not even want as a playstyle in the game. They could easily delete it. They could remove the skill gem tomorrow and we can't do anything about it. But they actually, season in, season out, they're giving us new specters. Like this season, we literally just saw the Red Defiler, like they are new. The Necrotic Bones, also new. What else has been new? The fire one. I forget the name. That's kind of like Templar War Maiden. Sun Eater, whatever it's called. That one that has the mortar that ignites. Also new, even though that one has less potential, but there. Caldera Ravagers, they may have brought it back, but I mean, it wasn't spectrable. They made it spectrable. They could have easily made tier 17s non-spectrable, and life would go on. We wouldn't have even batted an eye. You know. So to their credits, they're doing that. So I would find a way to kind of balance it out to where, even though there's negativity, there's also positivity in there. And because there's now a balance, I at least I feel I'm not drawing too much negativity, and like the comments typically reflect that there's some positives. And yeah, there'll be on average more negative comments, but I think it's still important to have that conversation in the first place. No, they want it as a playstyle, but making it weaker than pressing button. I'm only assuming they don't like it based on seeing what I've seen. No, I get it, right? I'm not saying they don't want it. I'm saying if they don't want it, then to their credit, this is what's happening. If they do want it, then I would also put the disadvantage. Like if you do want it and you're making these decisions, then what gives? Like it don't make sense. So I would be approaching it from these two. I'll be approaching it from these two different angles. Like I'd approach probably each topic on a if we assume they want it, then these are the things that are wrong with it. And if they don't want it, then, you know, why have this or that kind of thing? Like I'd approach from different angles, if that makes sense. Leader is great, but dies a lot. An example is last league, Haste Tiger had awful life and screen wide AoE attacks that cover everything. Oh, that Haste Tiger. War color but annoying. Leader, great buff, but dies a lot. Yep. Sounds about right. There's heaps of examples of them making bad Spectre / permanent minions kind of just bad. Or maybe they do want it, but they don't want it to be free. So, if I have to be a bit critical about how I actually feel about this topic and their design choices, I would say that PoE as a game is a game that makes it hard to get your character to where it needs to be to survive its hardest content. And I don't know that there's enough support to get minions, or at least the like I don't think there's enough support to get every minion to the point where it can do that content. And the reason is because when you're going minions, there's obviously no inheritance, right? So you have to scale your own survivability. And you also have to scale your minions' survivability. But these two things do not intersect. The only place they intersect is cluster jewels, where you can have like maximum life as well as minion life or minion attack speed or whatever else. Just make the thumbnail clickbaity. I try to make my thumbnails as attractive as they can be without giving the wrong idea about my videos. To the best of my abilities. So yeah, like because they do not intersect, like for example, a good node that I can think of that's already in the game for solving this problem is literally already in the game. Like I said, Spiritual Command, Spiritual Aid. We just need one for life or for armor or whatever else. One that actually scales our defenses and our minions defense. It could just be the one defense. It doesn't have to be like all defenses, like increases and reductions to ES affects minions, increases and reductions to ammo. It doesn't have to be all of them. But one, like increases and reductions to life affects minions, for example. That would be nice. But it would have to be like at a percentage. So maybe increases to minions life affects you at like, what does minion life look like? Minion life currently looks like 100% increase, 40% increase on the shield, I think, is considered T1, right? What is T1 minion life here? Minion life 17. Yeah, I think it's like 40 something percent is minion is, if you can get 40% minion, so that would mean they can give us like 50%, where it's like that would give us 20%, or they could give us at 25% of its effectiveness. So a T1 minion life shield would give us 10% increased life. That'd be decent. We can get minion life from here. This gives us 20%. We would, by taking these nodes, we would then get like 5% increased life, something like that. And we still get like increased life here and there as we scale minion life. This node would give us 5%. This one would give us an extra like 25% is what, 3? An extra 3%. So you just take all these little things and then you can actually just scale your minions life, as well as some investment into your life, and then you would have a character that can survive the end game, as well as a minion that can survive the end game. But so long as we have to choose between scaling ourselves and scaling our minions, there would always be a cap, because there are only so many points we can have. Like, do I want more life for myself, or do I want to put that in my minions because they die? Do I want to invest more into my minions, into like, let's say, my armor, or do I want to invest more into determination so that it would help my minions? And like for armor, there's determination you can use to skill both your minions and yourself with via aura. That's fine. I like it. We don't need a node for armor, but like there's no way to increase your life off of an aura that would then affect your minions. That's not possible. So if we were to get a life node, that would solve a lot of problems, in my opinion. Increases to player life regen applies to minions at 5% of the value or something. Yeah, like I feel like if they create more interweaving of stats between the summoner and the minion, kind of like we've all seen how this season went the moment they just gave us some leech. It's not even that, it's not even a huge amount of leech. They just gave us, oh, now you can leech off of the damage your minions do. They just added some connection, and look at how much impact that had. So like I understand at the same time that it would be a very strong ask, but I think the current state of minions just overall needs a rework, or it needs some work. Not necessarily a rework, but it needs attention. It needs work. It needs some extras to make it more comfortable. The leech was definitely a big step in the right direction. Now we just need a bit extra. But yeah, I don't know that I see them making any changes to buff minions in next season. If anything, I don't even know if they're gonna delete this node. I hope they don't. You never know, but you know, we all know GGG. It's very possible that this leech node will end up getting nerfed. Maybe that becomes 0.5 by next season or something. I don't know. I hope it doesn't. I really hope it doesn't, but it's their game, you know? At the end of the day, they will do what they want with it. But yeah, what do you call it? I think that would be a very, very decent approach to it. I think that would solve a lot of issues, giving some life sharing between minions and the player. They could make it so increases to player life, increases minion life at like, minions in general need it much higher in the way of like increased damage, increased health to survive. So like, if we were to make it where our life modifiers affects minions, then it would have to be at 100% value or 200% value or something, because like this is 15%. 15%, if you to give it to minions, 15% is good. Like you can work with 15%. So it have to be 100% of its value, or it can't be 50% though. So I think the way GGG has approached it so far, and the way that would most likely be the thing, would be like spiritual command. It's like, it's the minion that gets the buff, but then the summoner gains a percent of that, or gets that. I think increases and decreases to minion life at its value, they might think it's too strong, and in reality it probably is too strong to just have 100%. But if we can get it as a percent even, that's still good. If they delete it but don't compensate, I'll probably quit. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the player base would react well to them deleting the node. I know I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to play minions after that. Like, you can't give us a taste of having actual like recovery that matters and then take that away. Like, the leech, the recovery we get from the leech is literally like the only source of recovery we have on minions, save like Stone Golem. And Stone Golem is meh compared to it. Like, it's nowhere near enough. If you were to go Stone Golem, Vitality, like, look at how big the what's his face, Perfect Warlord was last season, just because it had Vitality. Like, look at how popular it was. I used it on almost every build. Why? Because I needed that Vitality, that level 25 Vitality or whatever it was. I needed that, right? So if they remove the leech and they don't compensate for anything else, yeah, I think that's gonna suck. Defiance of Destiny, I think Defiance of Destiny is fine, but I also think the amulet spot is very competitive for minion offenses, to where it is not the most reasonable to expect a Defiance of Destiny. What do I mean? If you use Defiance of Destiny, you lose access to Ulnetor's Vow. You lose access to All's Uprising. You lose access to I'm not going to say, I was going to say this thing, Jinx Juju, but with Jinx Juju, Defiance of Destiny is just better than Jinx Juju for the thing it does, which is the defensive aspect. So Defiance is tier 0 now, and it's getting nerfed for sure. I can see it. I don't think it's popular enough that they would nerf it, to be honest. I think being T0 is enough. I know people like it, but I haven't heard it on like any recent big builds. So I don't think it's out of control, and I think GGG would be fine with having it where it is. It's kind of like having a Mage Blood, you know. Mage Blood has been strong for like since release, but because it's a T0, it's like there's no point in nerfing it, you know. If there's anything that might get nerfed, it might end up being the Ralakesh, because even though they remove the movement speed, I mean, it's still very useful, and people just run it with Restless Ward anyways and gain move speed. Defiance of Destiny is so good I can happily drop a DPS aura and not care. All hardcore builds are using it. Yeah. You know the solution to that? The solution to that is actually not to nerf it. The solution is to just give an equally appealing option for amulets, and they can do that for next league. then less people would use Defiance of Destiny because they would have something else they would want to use for defenses. In my opinion, this is completely opinionated, and of course, people, you're free to agree or disagree. But being a tier 0, it's not dropping like candy. It's not, you don't just get it every other map, or there isn't a huge supply of it, especially on hardcore where characters die every day and remove Defiance of Destiny from the economy. Like, I think the rarity is enough. Like, if you're to check hardcore, I wonder how many Defiance of Destinies you would find. We can actually just real quick, we can peek at hardcore trade and see. Speaking of which, I don't even know how much it costs for softcore. It's a divine? Yeah, like I don't think it's that popular in softcore, at least. Because you give up so much in the way of just going Defiance of Destiny. So it makes sense. Hardcore Necropolis. Where did oil come from? Jeez. Give me a second. I need to clean my mouse. I just saw oil on the mouse. Okay. Let's turn you off. All right, let's see. See, 160 divines. God damn. Okay, we've cleaned the oil. It looks fine now. I have no idea where the oil came from. Anywho, it's 160 divines. So yeah, they don't need to nerf it beyond its price. Like, there's only 5. There's 5 in the whole of hardcore. I don't think it needs to be nerfed. Thing is, I'd be shattered if they nerf our defenses more, because we really need them this league and it's hard as hell for us to get it. You know, one thing I could do? You just gave me an idea. For the grand total of sacrificing my amulet link and using blood notch immutable, like blood notch immutable force, I could fix the survivability of my other character, my necrotic bones, to where it's okay, it will be okay for me to have 4k life and I'd still feel good. No, I actually don't. I thought about it. I don't need to. I don't need blood notch to heal me on every hit. I don't. I wouldn't even go for, what's it called? I wouldn't even go for max recoup. Like, I wouldn't go for 100% recoup or even 40% recoup. I just stay without recoup, because I'm point starved enough as is. Just having those, it doesn't mean I can't get. It doesn't mean I can't get one shot, but it becomes very, very hard to get one shot. And sustained damage, well, we have leech for that. A lot of hardcore players can't handle meat sack and can't handle T17 meat sacks that get this amulets. You won't notice it. Instant leech does the same thing. I won't notice what, the blood notch? Is that what you mean? I will notice the Defiance of Destiny. That's for sure. Will I notice the blood notch? I think I will. I think I will. Because the goal here is to not get one shots. And the reason it is important, I will showcase this. I might as well, right? I want you to pay very close attention to the minions here. The reason it to be very big for this build is the time I die the most vulnerable this build is at is when I engage. So see this? There is a big delay between here. There is a delay between when they fire and when it lands. So having blood notch means in that delay, I am less likely to die. Because if something big hits me, I will die before the leech is able to save me from the consistent hits or whatever. Right? That's kind of what I am thinking. Aggressive wand? No, 100% aggressive wand is needed for these minions. Definitely needed. But it doesn't change the fact that there's a delay between when they cast and when the damage actually comes in to leech for you. Like there's still a time lag. There's a time you would need to just eat damage and not die. And for the most part, Defiance of Destiny will solve a big chunk of the issue. For the most part, it will solve a big chunk of the issue, but it won't solve all of it. I got it. I know exactly how to fix this. I know exactly how to fix this, and I don't even need blood notch for it. Oh, why did I forget about this? This is okay. Good. I have a second browser open. I should just use this. I need this. This solves all the problems. Progenesis, of course, but Progenesis is way more expensive. This is a budget Progenesis. I'll explain what this flask does in a bit once I finish the trade. But but this would solve a big chunk of my current survivability issues. Because I just remembered I'm actually life based. This doesn't work if I'm going CI or ES based, but this is life based. So it works. Then used when taking a savage hit. Boom. Boom. We're done. We are immortal. Not really, actually, but. So you may be wondering, what the fuck am I doing? And you'd be justified in wondering that. So to explain what this does, I've used it before with Savage Hit. Yeah. So you do know what I'm talking about. I need 75 Chaos Res. I already have that. It is no problem. And we also, like I said, we have Leech to counter it. This is the degen when I drink it. That's the degen. Oh fuck, he has quality. It has quality. That's bad. We could honestly also pair this. We could pair this with a regenerate 3% of life during effect. Yeah. I realize it has quality already. But I mean, it is what it is. I should have paid up more attention to it. You don't want quality, you want the duration to be as low as possible. but I mean, it's not the end of the world, I guess. But anyways, let's explain what this does to the people who do not know what it does. So if you look at the Forbidden Taste, it has recover 100% of life on use, as well as 25% of max life taken as chaos damage per second during effect. It doesn't say during effect, but it's obviously during effect. Why is this big, and why do we want to use it on a savage hit? Well, first, let's define what a savage hit is. A savage hit is a hit that does, what is it, over 10% of your health, or is it 25% of your health in one hit? I think it's 25, right? It doesn't say. 15%. A hit that removes at least 15% of your max life is considered a savage hit. So when you take a big hit that removes that percent of your health, it pops the flask. Now you're wondering, why do you want to take chaos damage? Yeah, 15. Why do you want to take the chaos? Yeah, I already checked. Why do you want to take 15 the chaos damage of 25% of your max life per second? That doesn't help you survive the hit. No, but in the same instance that you take the savage hit and it does whatever damage you just took, right? Well, in that same hit, you're going to recover all your life. So let's say you have 4,000 life and you take a hit of 6,000 damage. You're gonna die, right? Not with Forbidden Taste, because in the moment where it does this 6k, it's a savage hit. It uses the flask and you instantly recover 100% of your life. So you would effectively take the 4,000 damage, recover up to 100% of your life to go back to 4,000, and then take the extra 2,000, and you'd live with 2,000 damage or 2,000 health. Because this is recover, it is instant the moment the flask is used. So that's why this is big. You still die? Then am I just understanding this wrong? Because all right, let's see the explanation. You always die to one shots. I mean, this would save you against non-one shots, quote unquote. Things that do big damage, like if you take 2 big hits at a time. So you take one. I know it saves you against, like if you take a 3,000 damage hits and you're about to take another 3,000 damage hits, you would recover, so you have the health to take a 3,000. Oh, it is used after. Really? All right. I mean, it's been a while since I used the flask, but that was my memory of it. That it essentially makes it so you are very, very, what's the word? Resilient against one shots. I'm gonna have to check. Let's peek at the wiki if they explain this to confirm. Either way, it makes it so we die a lot less, and then the degen is countered by chaos res as well as leech. I press the flask there to make sure it's not actually doing too much damage to me. Do we have a Forbidden Taste? Life recovery is applied instantly. The recovery of this is affected by modifiers to this, Supreme Decadence, yada yada, but not from recovery rates. The heals damage lasts the duration of this, which makes quality detrimental. It doesn't mention its interaction with Savage. I do remember someone making a video on this. 10K, I think, is the person who made the YouTube video on it a long while ago. Lol, I didn't realize he made no rest for the wicked content. It was a long while ago. Yo, he makes a lot of videos now that I look at it. Like a lot. Kudos to him. Power World. And he doesn't mind switching games. Extra kudos. Oh, Torchlight. I was like, what game is this? But it's just Torchlight. It was... Maybe I just searched Forbidden Taste. I don't think he would actually have it searchable. You don't trust 10K? How come? Do I have a comment? Oh, yeah, I've already replied. Forbidden. I did a DD build guide recently and said you don't need specters. Don't you need specters? You need... Don't DD players buy Raid Lord so they can have like 10 specters, or in like 10, 11 if you use the whole double midnight bargain? But anyways, don't they use that to get all the a large pool of like high health desecrate mobs? They could just go for 9 specters, but yeah, you do need specters to have like the desecrate pool proper. You would desummon them, but you still would need it. And I think the larger your desecrate pool, the more likely it is that you will get mobs from your desecrate pool in the map, just because of the way desecrate pool works. So you would want as many minions in your desecrate pool as possible. So imagine say you don't need specters. Okay, yeah, that is wild. He got growed by a few tubers. I mean, to be fair, like, well, I can't say to be fair, because at the same time, right, I don't play DD. I have never played DD, but I know that much. Oh, wrong. I didn't. No. I think YouTube was... Yo, YouTube is bugging. What the hell? Defense? One shots? I can't find the video. Oh, that's the one. See pinned comments for updates. Thanks to the visibility of this video, a very old thread from Mark has come to my attention, clarifying there's no way to lump multiple hits of a damage together like this. Each hit is still processed separately regardless of networking mods. Events triggered from these hits, such as gaining life, still happen in order. Regardless of networking mode, all these things happen only on the server, and the life changes are sent to the client. If you have specific cases where you think you found a bug, in the comments you had the setup test on standard and was willing to give me a hand. Here they are. It does not prevent true one-shots by doubling your health. See first and second examples versus all. But it is amazing for ignoring situations that would otherwise kill you. Okay. So it is what you said. It doesn't prevent true one-shots, but it would prevent you from being shotgunned down. Okay. So yeah, I would still need to increase my max hits, but overall I think my max hit is fine. So you were right. This makes it so...
You know I want you.
Lol. Instance deafen. Anyways, I forgot I was on a Discord call. Anyways, yeah, that made me lose my train of thoughts. Yeah, so it doesn't make you immune to one shot. It makes you immune to being shotgun. That's what I wanted to say. So if you were to take 2 big hits that would have killed you if you didn't instantly recover that life, it will save you in those situations. So then what I would need to do is, let's say, let me use my absolution build because this is, I think it's saved. I don't know that there's anything I have done here that I didn't save already. But higher budget bones, this one, if I were to replace one of the gems, I don't know what I would even replace. I don't think there's anything I can replace, if I'm being very honest with you. But if I were to replace one of them with, actually, no, I don't replace gems. It's this I need to replace. I can't replace my quartz flask because I need to phase. This has armor, this has move speed. I can't replace my basalts, and these 2 are unique, so I don't know. Maybe I end up replacing Taste of Hate. No, that would reduce my fizz max hits. This is probably the weakest link right now. The block. It takes us down to under 50%. Especially for this one. So maybe I don't know, man. I don't know. Same day, someone made a quiz for if you're qualified to make a build guide. Or did that really happen? Like I remember the quiz that if you're qualified to make a build guide. I disagree with a lot of the things that quiz asks. Like, for example, the whole path of math lore. As someone who's new to the game, I've heard about what happened, but like you put someone's face in front of me. Why the fuck do I don't know who that is, and I don't need to know who that is to then make a build guide, you know. So there were I remember a few things that I disagreed with the quiz, but I do remember the quiz. Taste of Hate is better than basalts. Yes, it is, and I would not remove a Taste of Hate. This gives me 5k armor. And this is not up for bosses. The good part is the suffix we have is replaceable. So the decision is, do we want a basalt flask or not? That is the question. That right there is the decision we have to make. Do we want the 20% increase or more armor rather? Because that's more. It's big, especially since we're turning all our strength nodes into increased armor. Flask uptime on the basalt is better. Yes. However, for mapping plus flagellant, yes. But the truth of the matter is, not many people would go for flagellant, and I myself, I could go for a flagellant, but I don't currently have one. So this would be easy to craft because all you have to do is hunt for the flagellant, and then craft the suffix, or get it and annul craft yada yada, right? But remember, I thought everyone does flagellant. I don't think I have a single flagellant flask, I'm going to be honest with you. I think crafting it is tedious, and I can buy it, so you never use it without. I should probably spend some extra getting flagellant flasks. I just haven't. Are we talking about the same thing? I can't remember that Beas pressing my flasks. I use the enchantments. I use when damage. I mean use on when full. I have that. I can't. I don't piano my flasks. What I'm talking about is the gain 2 charges when you are hit. The masochist. I guess when it's 3, it's flagellant, right? Gain 3 charges. Okay, so we are you never use it without. So do you always make sure you craft it before you even use the flask? Because I don't know, I don't enjoy rolling flask, and I always picture buying the flask and it being pricey, so I'm like, it can wait, and I just never get around to doing it. Like, for example, I'll show you my in-game character. This character should not have any flagellants, I think. Oh, I got lucky, I do have one. Because I know I rolled some of these flasks myself, and I got flagellant, but yeah, the others don't have it. You know, ironically, my main character also doesn't have flagellant. Like, this one doesn't have flagellant. This has brewer, which is reduced flask. This has practitioner. This has so yeah, I recommend flagellants. It's worth it for flask recovery in invitations. I agree 100%. I recommend it. I think it's really good. I don't think you should ever, you know, not use it. It's just I'm lazy. I think that's what it comes down to. I'm just very lazy. I should probably get flagellants, because then it actually gives you some uptime on your flask during bosses, whereas now, for example, I just don't have any uptime whatsoever. And I don't think the flagellant has a cooldown. So if you get hit by a fast hitting ability, odds are, like something like that lightning orb we're looking at, it will just give you your flask, right? It just fills up, because you just keep getting hit by the fast hitting ability. Serious beam is just free flash charges from me. Exactly. Like, it's really, really good. And kindling flasks for Uber, the one where it says increased duration but does not gain charges during effect, that one? Or what do you mean? Which one? Which enkindling effect? Increased effect? I don't think you'd want reduced duration though. %70 effects. I mean, yeah. Let's make sure there is no. Okay. What was I saying? If you are making an Uber, if you're making a boss / Uber boss build specifically, yeah. This way you can tank attacks you know are coming. Yes. Yeah, you can. But that sounds tedious. Like, for example, it probably increases your it probably, if you give it increased effects, it probably does more than, like, maybe, let's say for this example, it gives you like with granite flask and basalt flask with the if you have the 70% effect, they give you an astronomically higher chance of surviving something like a shaper slam, because if I give these two like effects and whatnot, my armor probably shoots to like maybe 35k 40k, and just because of how armor works and everything I convert away from physical, it'd be really, really, really strong. But that said, I swapped my setup around for Ubers. Yeah, that is a lot of effort. You know what? You know what it is I want? I would like a build that can do Ubers but clears just as fast. I know it is not reasonable, but it is what I want. It is not feasible, I should say. It is far from feasible. Like, if you want single target damage, in many cases you have to sacrifice clear speed. But if you want clear speed, in many cases you have to sacrifice single target. Which is why one of the builds I was considering when I was thinking about going mana stacking was Captain Lance's RF, because it has really good clear. It has really good survivability because, you know, it has like 40k ES. It has really high ES. It has clear speed in the way of like pure. I think it was Herald of Ash, the explosion one. And I don't know if he has Oriat's End. I didn't look too deep into it. Maybe he has Oriat's End. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But it has Explode. Is a TLDR. And the RF. I think the most intriguing part for me was the fact that RF was doing dot cap. Now obviously I probably wouldn't invest enough in it to where RF would dot cap, but it was just it was a very, very interesting realization that you could actually pump RF to the point where it would hit dot cap with mana, and that intrigued me. Now the reason I am probably not going to go for that is simple. I don't know that I want to play RF. It's actually that simple. I don't know that I want to play RF. I think I might want to play a lightning spell, and I think I want to have my mana be meaningful, because I don't think in his build, I don't think his mana is meaningful in the sense that it is meaningful because he reserves a lot of it and he has a lot to reserve, and that gives him a lot in the way of like being a, I think he goes for this node over here, the Radiant Fate, which gives him a shit ton of armor because he's reserving a whole lot of mana. But like I like the idea of you need about 10 million for Ubers to be playable. This is another argument for the counter side, right? This is the reason I am still kind of considering it, because it's just because of how survivable it is. With how survivable the RF is, just by being RF, I could actually do Ubers for the first time. I could actually attempt to do Ubers, and if I do it this league and I feel comfortable in the Uber bosses, then I can transition that to like next league doing Ubers on minions, because I think right now I would have too much, like way too much to focus on asides keeping my minions alive. Like for example, I did Uber at Siri yesterday. I didn't realize it was Uber at Siri. I just did the 4 green things because I wanted to get her for Maven. I didn't realize I didn't witness, but I'm digressing. I bring this up because I didn't even know she had Reflect. Apparently she has Reflect. She just passively reflects like 3% of elemental and physical damage you deal to her. I didn't know this. So when I went in there, well, I let my minions go wild. And all I was seeing was my wretched defilers were dying for the first time. And I'm like, yo, what the hell? What could be killing them? So I came to the conclusion that it was a Flame Blast. It has, I think it has pen. It's a big hit. It has more damage modifiers the longer you channel it. All of that. So I was like, I need to get them off the Flame Blast, but it just kept dying. So I beat her, but I beat her in 6 portals because I had to go back to summon them. They come back in, they die, go back, summon them, yada yada. RF is going to require very heavy investments to actually be good for Ubers. I think so. I think for Captain Last specifically, he uses Gravecrafts. He uses Fractured Gravecrafts to get his damage. For example, Fractured +1 mana per intelligence on the helmet, and then I think intelligence is also fractured. That is probably not cheap. Then there's the weapons. His weapons, he goes for, I think the weapon he goes for is like 2 to 3x fractured weapons, grave crafted, of course. Then once you grave crafted with influence, you awaken our orbit, and then you're done. Something like that. So on my budget, it is something I could look to invest into in the long run. Like it's, I don't mind having a character I'm going to invest in. But that being said, I also think I want the idea. This is now just personal preference. I like the idea of having an actual mana pool that is, you know, unreserved. And if I take damage, I lose it from there. I like the idea a lot, like a lot. So I like the idea a lot. Like I actually have like 20k mana and it's not reserved. So if I take a hit, it's gonna go like 50% goes out of my mana, or however high I'm able to get that, and then the rest goes from my ES. And then of course I plan to use Ivory Tower. That's like the only unique I have settled on using. Ivory Tower, I could still replace Mjolnir and put it in my chest piece. I could still replace Indigon. I might not use Indigon, yada yada. But Ivory Tower I think I'm going to use. And I think this is going to be a low life build. I don't know what auras I'm going to reserve on my life. I know Clarity has to be one of them. And aside Clarity, we could honestly do Vitality, Zealot's Oaths, but probably not do that. With Vow Discipline, I don't need to do that. But that being said, what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the fact that if I were to go Vitality with Zealot's Oath, if I were to fit Vitality, Zealot's Oath, and Clarity, Vitality is so bad for an aura. Yeah, I have a hard time in many builds justifying using it. Like when Perfect Warlord was a thing, I was in heaven because, you know, my dude just gave me Vitality and I could just work around that, but that's not an option right now. Can I use an AG with this setup? No, I cannot, because I don't plan on scaling minions above ability. So if I can't use an AG with this setup, can I use support Spectres? No, same thing. Where is the absolution? I also haven't decided if to go crit or not. I might end up having to sack crit in favor of, like, I could run precision. Precision would give me accuracy, which if I'm not running Shaper's Touch, I 100% need. It would also give me extra crit chance, which I still need, right? You can with Empower, Mid Shield, Minion, Life. Do I even want to bother with that? Like, the thing is, one thing to understand is I think I'm too lazy. And I don't think that's something I would want to do. But yeah, I'm probably not going to go an AG. It would have been nice if I could, but I don't think I will. As for this, let's do, I guess, Indigon maybe? He just, oh, I'm +2 corruption on chest. Getting +2 corruption on, oh, you mean on the AG's chest piece or on my chest piece? +2 minions, so on my chest piece. All right. The thing, you see, that's the thing. I think it's too much investment for what I want. If I had to get +2 minion corruption, I would put it on my, it would have to be on my glove or boots. That, because that is where, I guess maybe helmet too, but that's where I would then put the AG +2. And then I would put like AG, meat shield, minion life. I could go empower or I could go elemental army. I am leaning towards elemental army because of the increased max res. But I don't even know that I would give it. You get 45. I don't know that I would want to risk a Kingmaker. How much is a Kingmaker going for right now? I don't know that I would want to risk a Kingmaker on an AG that could die. If I give a Mask of the Stitched, I'm running Discipline, so it will have a lot of regen. It just, I don't know that its base life pool would be high enough without scaling minion life. So let's go POB.sale and let's see. Thinking Mjolnir. Kingmaker, please be cheap. Please be one of the uniques that is cheap thanks to the league. It's just a divine. I didn't know it was this cheap. You know what? I got you. I think I'm actually going to do it. So I would then go for like a, where is it? I could go for a Shaper's Touch. I could go for like a Shaper's Touch, which, or an Indigon with +2 minions. I don't think Indigon cares about what is socketed in it, right? So I could easily do it. So Shaper's Touch, let's see this. Corrupt +2 minion. Yeah, I'll give it my entire glove slot. I'll get 45. I plan to get 45. With the chest piece, I could get freeze immunity and crit immunity. I could give it a defensive chest, so I could give it I always love ephemeral because of crit immunity. It's just free crit immunity. Why not? You know? So +2 minion. That's the only thing that if I can get +1 socketed gem, that'd be nice, but let's keep it on the more budget side, I should say. Leave it there. So then in the gloves, it would have to be Animate Guardian, Minion Life, Meat Shield. What does Elemental Army give it for max res? Because this will be free exposure too. But it's only +4 max res. Versus 2 levels. I think Empower just beats it. I think Empower just beats it. Gives it free 3 levels. Obviously, is a 21. So then we're looking at 46% more health and level 24. And then we come in here with this. I would just end up getting this one. This gives it slightly more life. And then give it some more max early res. And now I just need to make sure it gets capped on res. How do I do this? I could go bone rings, to be honest. It applies exposure of the highest elements hits. Yeah. I would be hitting it with absolution, so it just applies lightning exposure. But I'm not gonna use it for that. I decided to just go for this. So this gets a bit of life here. It then gets all max res. I could go bone rings specifically because with bone rings, I can go for mana. I can go minion damage. What do you mean? AG doesn't have to. Minions from supported skills inflict exposure on hit, applying -10 to the early res, matching the highest damage type taken by enemy. Not dealt by it. And the highest damage type taken by the enemy would be lightning. It doesn't have to actually deal the lightning damage. It just needs to... Why are you putting your DPS link? What do you mean? Let's go into... It's only for supported gems. PoE, Elemental, Army, Exposure. I could go to PoE Wiki. No one cares about you. Can all 3 elements exposure be applied if your minions do different elements? You can have different exposure debuffs applied to an enemy at the same time. I don't think it's bad wording. I think the way it works is it applies the debuff. Not it's how do I explain this? If you read the wording, right? Where was it? I'm going to put it here and I need to remember to remove it, but I'm gonna just do it for now. Elemental Army. It says it applies a debuff matching the highest damage type taken by the enemy. It doesn't have to be from this specific minion, but the game checks what the highest damage type that each enemy has taken when this minion hits it, and then it applies an exposure of that. And people, like, for example, this Reddit post we're looking at here, where it's like, can all 3, if you have like Fire Golem, apply this, yada yada yada, and they all have all 3 resulting in -10. You can have different export. Nah, this doesn't really answer what I'm looking for. But anyways, I don't think this person is asking if I put Fire Golem and elemental damage and Ice Golem and elemental army, and I think it's a case of just based off the wording. This. Let's say I'm using SRS which deals fire, but in elemental army setup, I put, let's say, Ice Golem which deals ice. It says apply the exposure of the highest damage received. Is the enemy received only applied to that link minion, example Ice Golem, so it apply echo. This is actually what we are asking here. It depends on the final damage on the mob. Highest damage type will apply to that type of exposure. If you have anger aura, it's possible for an ice golem to apply fire exposure. Apparently, I play Guardian and it gives the 3 aura, so I don't know the exact. You can check POB on that concussion. You see the exact number that puts some of the damage range calc overlaps with each other, so it can be precise. Overlap means if you can apply from one minion type, I think. No, it's not like Trinity. New application of the highest damage type will override previous exposure. Only Link minion apply exposure. Ice Golem highest elemental damage code is so 10% code. Highest element damage and SRS is half phase, half fire, which is 10% fire exposure. Profile it says and they thought the elemental army is global, so it's a mistake too. The effect is global, of course. A monster is either exposed or not, but the effect is only being applied by the minion. It's only being applied by the minion with the support gem. If you provide an aura to Golem, the exposure type will change. Ice Golem does not always provide cold exposure. Added lightning damage or added as fire could mix things up. Yeah, SRS is 100% fire since so this one says what you said, which is the Link minion does it. Highest element damage and SRS is half phase, half fire, which is 10%. I don't know that I fully understand what he's saying. Only Link minions apply exposure. Yes, this is we all understand this. Ice Golem's highest element damage is cold, so 10% cold exposure. Highest element damage and SRS is half phase, half fire, which is 10% fire exposure. So is he saying it will affect cold and fire? This one says what I said, which is highest damage type will apply that type of exposure. If you have anger or it's possible this apply this. Apparently if you have guardian, give this. Let me see. How does this work on minions? If you use zombies, then in case of respect, some of them have already implemented some conversion to deal one type of damage. This is 50% phase as fire. Another thing is these posts are pretty old, but I think if they mention elemental army, I don't think elemental army has changed specifically since way back when. Golems deal damage of their own type. I have Carnage Chieftain to generate frenzy. Yes, if you have Carnage Chieftain, what are the main source to damage? They also as well for the current golem for additional damage. It guarantees cold exposure if used with this, but it doesn't stack with orb exposure. I'm using Frostbomb, it won't stack with that. Nope, it doesn't. That's it. Let's open the wiki. Increases the elemental resistance and elemental damage. Supported minions also apply exposure of the highest elements respective of the highest damage type. Supported minions also apply exposure of the elements respective of the highest damage dealing elements. The element respective. It doesn't give more detail. Supported minions also apply exposure of the elements respective of the. So it just saying it respects the highest damage dealing element. This doesn't really explain. Let me see. Name change from minion and totem elemental to support elemental army. Minions from this, apply this. Oh my lord. Elemental army support mechanics. I want the part. Intend to link my resume with elemental army as utility for my slave driver spectre DPS. I have wrath aura. It deals highest lightning damage among 3 elements, but physical damage is higher than my lightning damage. Will exposure proc this way? Currently socket with physical lightning just to ensure the proc of exposure, but the question is if I remove physical, will exposure still proc? You want to save the aura slots. He's probably using wrath primarily to benefit slave drivers as best or affecting them at the other. If you're still running wrath, that will ensure your zombies are doing light exposure rather than any other elements. Unless you won't need physical language. Physical isn't an elemental source of damage, so it doesn't count. Highest elemental only note, however, the monsters have varying resist. So even if you have lightning damage, if you have other. So I think for the most part, yeah, they are saying that it is that for example, the minion that applies it would have to have the elements needed. Exposure is not a global mod, it is specific to the elements. It means if your AG hits lightning damage to deal lightning exposure, it's on hit, which means it's specifically that instance. Exposure is a term used to describe the 3 kinds of exposure. Exposure is actually code exposure, for example. Yeah, you can have different types of exposure. I know about that. So I would say, while I haven't seen anything that is that I would define as, what's the word here? I haven't seen anything that I would describe as I want to say law, i.e. anything that's irrefutable evidence to say it's. I haven't seen irrefutable evidence to say that it only applies on the hit of the minion, so the minion has to do that element. I would say everything we have read so far, or at least a lot of the things, not all, but a lot of them, or more things than not, are implying that you do need to have the elements that you want exposure on the minion. Now, I could still easily do this with a rat aura. Like I still have a rat aura. It's still gonna have lightning damage on it. It's still gonna expose to lightning, right? Why do I keep opening this? Is this on the left? No, it's not. Why do I keep opening it? So like I still have rat aura. So worst case scenario, even if it works the way where the minion has to do the element damage we want exposure, it can benefit from wrath when I use my Val, right? But in any case, we aren't even planning to use it because we plan to use Empower. But that is good to it is good to keep in mind, because it's one of those things that is not obvious, especially when you read it, because when you read it, it says without the shadow of a doubt that it works the way I said in the past or earlier. But in reality, it sounds like it could be working differently. Like even if we don't know for a fact, it is from what I have seen a valid argument that it could work the other way, despite the wording, because the wording makes it sound like, you know, this is without the shadow of a doubt the way it works. You know, the highest damage element they take, the enemy receives is, you know, what it's going to take as exposure. But in reality, it might just mean the minion has to do it. But in any case, it's something I'll keep in mind moving forward. Test it. To test it, we would need to use an actual, like, what's it called? We'd have to use arena and all of that. I mean, it's something I could look into testing, but probably not today. Probably not today. You'd have to use PvP to test it, where you'd be like, okay, you make your minions primarily do, let's say you make a minion, let's say Wretch Defilers, they do lightning damage, you make them do lightning damage. Then you have a zombie in another link where that one has elemental army, and then you just have your zombie. Then you'd also give your zombie brutality, so it doesn't do elemental damage itself. And then you'd have the zombie hits the other player. And in this case, there is no elemental damage being done by the zombies, but the wretch defilers are doing elemental damage. So, you know, you see where I'm going with this. So if they get exposure, then it works the one way where it's the highest damage received. If they don't get exposure, then you would need, then it says, basically saying you need to have lightning damage on the minion that has elemental army. That is how I would go about testing it if I had to. Anyways, like, back to the build. This AG, if I do this, I was following a thought process. Yes, I would need to cap the AG's elemental resistances, right? Now, I think I already did. No, this gives, oh god, that gives minion move speed. That's annoying. Having I actually have Calling Strike if I use that, so I can't use additional accuracy, which means I don't need a Shaper's Touch necessarily. Hear me out. If I remove my Shaper's Touch, I lose accuracy, right? But because I can run additional accuracy, and because I can have, I don't need Calling Strike on here, so I can then not take Calling Strike. But I'm also not at 100% accuracy with Cyclone, I don't think. No, we're at 77%, and we want to get this up. So there's a few ways we could do it. Shaper's Touch would obviously help us get there. And keep in mind, this is just, how much intelligence do we have? 455. We haven't actually started scaling much in the way of intelligence. This is about as much of intelligence scaling as we have. We don't actually have like increased attributes or whatever on gear. We don't have any gear whatsoever, and we're already almost capped. So I think Shaper's Touch might be the play, just so we make sure we get there. And if we do get to that point and we don't need this additional accuracy, this can easily be switched to something else. But Kingmaker gives us that Calling Strike that we need. Nearby allies have Calling Strike, so we have it, so it doesn't matter that nothing else matters. It also gives us 10 fortification. So, oh yeah, that's right. That's actually right. Can I do this? Can I scale the Cyclone's damage to where it would proc Fortify? This is a question I actually can look into, because this does face damage. We have nothing like in the way of just flat damage here to boost that. We aren't scaling our physical damage at all because we're scaling lightning. If we were to switch Mana Leech to what's the word, if we switch Mana Leech into Phase to Lightning, then it could do decent damage. We plan on using Wrath Aura, so Wrath Aura should do the same thing. At least with Eternal Blessing, it should do the same thing where you press Wrath Aura, you have a lot of flat lightning, Cyclone applies that, and you should trigger this Fortify. So I think Fortify, I think I can use Fortify there, to be honest. Where's Fortify? By default, by definition, will not be scaled with count setting. By default, it multiplies both minion count and skill hit count, which leads to, I don't think. Do not enable if you use spell totem, spell cascade support, or similar supports. Yeah, I plan to use spell cascade, so I guess I shouldn't apply. Anyways, what was I saying? We obviously use power charges. We obviously use endurance charges. We have some extra power charges from here. I might want to go for this one, which gives us 5 minimum power charges, as well as, well, I could also go for this one, which also gives you 6 power charges, and then this gives us power charges on kills and increased critical strike chance, multi, you know, the works. And then if we go for the nearby enemies cannot gain charges, we can then run steel power charge maps or steel charge maps, because that would stop them from gaining. Ralakesh boots. I don't think I want to add more uniques. I could go Ralakesh, but I don't think I want to add more uniques. I think having my boots and my boots, amulet, and rings with belts, having them be rares is what I need to actually cap my resistances. What is this? Oh, Indigon. I'll just leave it on a middle version. And then Ivory Tower. Try to get one with as high of these 2 stats as possible. Like, these are already all uniques. So that's why I'm kind of hesitant to make this a unique too, because then it really increases the pressure of amulet, ring, and belt, especially since we're not CI. Mage Mage blood equal res capped. Maven belt, that's Tides of Time, right? With Tides of Time, if I scale into some flasks, sure. But then I feel like if I decide to go Tides of Time, then it makes sense to go Scion instead. Pick up the Hierophant, which still gains some of the benefits, and then go Pathfinder for extra charges. Tides is Shaper. Maven belt is unique charges. Isn't that the Ralakesh combo? Where is it? This one. Modifiers to minimum endurance instead applied to minimum brutal, which means we'd have 4 brutal charges at all time. Maximum is equal to maximum endurance. We have 4 and 1 to maximum endurance charge. We already have 4 minimum endurance charges. We need to use, if we use this, we have to use Ralakesh to gain the endurance charges again, and then we have 5. Let me remind myself what that actually does. The brutal charges. PoE wiki. Because I don't remember what it does. Brutal charge. Players can accumulate the same amount to generate. Players gain a chance to deal triple damage and increase stun threshold for each brutal charge they have. And that is tempting. 3% chance to deal triple damage, and I would have a max of 5, so there'd be 5. I'd have 5 brutal charges, and if I pair this with Ralakesh, it could easily be 6 if I just do this. If I just did this, it would easily be 6. So 6 times 3, that's 18% chance to deal triple damage. So Let me see if I know how to do the maths. So 18% of the time I do 300% damage. That's a 54% more multiplier on average, I think. Let me just make sure the math checks out. If 50% of the time I did 50% of the time I did 300 damage, yeah, it does check out. Then that would be a 150% more modifier on average. So yeah, it's a 54% more modifier with the stats I just mentioned. Having 6, is it 6? I'd have 4 endurance charges increased by 1 by the belt, so that's 5, and then the one on the tree 6. Yeah, it is 6. So yeah, 54% more damage by doing the boots, belts, and then I don't have to worry about charge gen. But then if I'm also doing this, then again, it leads me back to Scion, because then I don't need this node. What I do, I need the maximum, but like, do you gain the maximum? You don't gain the maximum. You don't even gain the minimum. But anyways, I say it leads back to Sam because it feels like a waste having this if I'm going to just use Ralakesh to get to maximum, quote unquote. Even though that is also decent. So if I were to do that, I would have to swap this one out entirely and take the 15% because it's going to be 15% and going to be less of a more multiplier, and then go for this one, which would also give me AoE and spell damage leech. Yeah, not this one. So yeah, I would then switch from this to this, but I don't think I want to do that. Ralakesh has a movement speed thing that pisses, like it gets under my skin when I don't have move speed, and that's what Ralakesh would do to me, because I don't have the option of using like Restless Ward instead of Ivory Tower, for example. That's not an option I have available to me. I also have to spec a bit more into this part of the tree. So like, I need to come down here, pick that up. It should reduce my crit chance and all of that. I also need to just spend more time in this region because I need more strength. Like, I need a lot of strength for this build. A lot. I'll end up probably scaling AoE a lot less, and as such, I'll probably take off this one. I probably end up taking this one. I'll probably end up going for a timeless jewel here that gives me 3% spell damage per, I think, charge or something like that. I forget the keystone, but there is one, the one that has one of the timeless jewels that have devotion. That's probably what I'm going to end up putting here. I'm going to add devotion. It's not going to switch my mana, and of course, take that. This is not bad at all, to be honest. But I think between Indigon and Inspiring, I have more than enough increased damage to where it's just overkill now. But that's still 20% increased max mana. There's something that gives max frenzy equal max power. I'm not sure what it is. That's Badge of the Brotherhood, I believe. That's this one. Unique amulet. Frenzy charge equal to max power charges. So this is typically used alongside the tech you're using, which would be it could be Raider. If you're talking about the Ascendancy, that is Slayer. That is this one. I think it's this one. Max endurance equal max frenzy. That's this one. Endurance equal frenzy, and then you use Badge of the Brotherhood to make frenzy equal power charges, and as such you have, you know, you just kill max power charges and you're good. There's also Replica. Replica does exactly what this one does. It makes max endurance equal max frenzy. It's essentially just that mastery. So I am here. Where is the there's typically a lightning node around here. Am I bugging? Is it this one? I think it's this one actually. Yeah, it's this one. I need a source of exposure too. I shock enough as is, but I need a source of exposure. Maybe not increase mana cost, but reduce mana cost. And this is of course very needed for arcane. Yeah, I don't know that we're going to be able to fit in a cluster jewel here. I don't think we can. Though this is the most expendable part of the tree here. This is just me wanting it here, not necessarily needing anything that I've selected here. This is just crit chance. Speaking of crit chance, what crit chance are we on? 33%. We want this higher, 100%. But anyways, this is a very rough draft with basically just what I imagine I would want with a mana stacker. I'm actually going to, what I'll end up doing is I'm probably going to end up, I've always wanted to do a Maven belt build, but never have. There's 2 other belts. I like the idea of, you know, the Ralakesh and all of that as a build, and I will want to make one eventually. But I feel like if I were to do that, it would end up being a bull build. I feel like that one, I would save that tech for a bull build. I don't know why, but that's what I would do. You have no life pool? I know. This is, I don't think my mana pool suffices. I don't plan on having a life pool. I plan on reserving my life and then using Ivory Tower to fend off of chaos damage. I don't, ES is going to be my primary life pool, so to say. So I might end up picking up like this one. This one is obviously very nice to have if I can have it. It also opens up even more maximum mana and yada yada. There's lots of ways I could approach it, but I don't plan on increasing this. I'm mostly increasing this. So I'll probably end up dropping this area, probably look for more crit chance on elsewhere. Like I said, gaining power charges is not a bad idea. I currently would have 5. This increases maximum. If I come here, I would have 5 minimum, which is also always good to have. That increases my crit chance by quite a bit, but I'm probably not going to do that either. I need to decide all the things I need to cut out of this build. This is staying. I need every source of more damage multiplier on this build because we have so much flat and we have so much increase that we just need a whole lot of. And in everything we're saying, I haven't fit the Slumlord Timeless Jewel. So I might end up doing something like that. And it might end up taking my amulet slots because odds are I'm going to get a 3x Slumlord Cluster Jewel or Timeless Jewel. And if I do that, I would probably go for the Blight Amulet that allows you to... Is it... It allows you to have extra anoints. I don't know the name. Let's hope this brings up something. Blight. Let's see if it gives us uniques. Strangle. Let me see. Strangle? Strangle Gasp. Yeah, that's the one. 3 additional enchantment modifiers. So I'll probably use something like this, and just I'll put this here so I remember it, and just anoint 3 different slumlord nodes, so I don't have to spend the points to get it. But that being said, I do think the timeless jewel makes sense. I forget the name of the timeless jewel. Did Connor use it? Connor did not use it, so I have it in a very old build of mine. Let me see. It's like back in my first league. It was Forbidden Rites Totem, I believe. Yeah, this one. Militant Fates, Inner Conviction, 3% more spell damage per power charge. And if we're gonna have 5, then that is an easy, what is it? 15% more spell damage. So it's between this or going for 3, like, I guess if I'm just using the amulet for slumlords, then it's going to be more along the lines of 240% increased damage or 15% more. I honestly think this might be better, and I don't need to use Strangle Gasp for this. Plus with this taken, oh, I can't have it change my stuff though. This isn't bad. Gain 5% of max mana as extra ES. This is not bad at all. But then I lose the big ES nodes here. So I have to get one that doesn't actually change what I have selected. But yeah, I'm thinking of using something like this. And I'll just use it for area damage, and I don't know what other options are there, but yeah. Because the reason I'm just leaning towards that is, like I said, more damage is king. Like, over everything else, more damage is king. Versus increase, because increase we have so much between Indigon and Inspiring that, you know. Maybe at some point I might end up dropping Indigon. Maybe. If I drop Indigon, then I don't need any sources of like increased or reduced mana costs of skills. I don't need that anymore. And I could then get a 12 passive minion cluster jewel that would give me 120% increased minion damage, and that would in turn give me 360% increased damage, and that would also give me attack cast speed, because minion attack cast speed also affects me. But that said, there are probably better options in terms of ways to approach this, because I would then be sacrificing like mana and other things. So there's a lot I need to play around with on this build idea, and I need to sit over a lot of things. So, you know, for bare bones, you know, this is it. Hell nah, what is this shit? 45 doesn't need damage. What up, Hexmaster? I'm just seeing this message because I have had to basically either look at Twitch chat or YouTube chat, because the thing I used to look at YouTube chat on my software is not working. I don't know why it's not working, but it's not working. Anyways, what up, Hex? 45 doesn't need damage, I don't think. It's just if you hit. It actually does, according to what I had, a conversation I had with someone else who was playing around with this on a minion build. You apparently need to have like a minimum damage threshold before you actually get 45 stacks. Sadly, it's weird, but it's like coming by default. Where is it? Yeah, skills linked to 45 support only grant fortification if the hit reaches a certain threshold. That's the thing. So you do need to hit. You need to do a certain amount of damage to actually get the 45 buff. Sadly. But yeah. This is what we have as bare bones. As for your question, I don't know if you're still here, Hexmaster, but you asked what is this? This is a mana stacking Absolution of Inspiring build. That's what this is. It is absolutely bare bones, and we're probably going to cut out. Maybe we just cut out this part of the tree. I don't know. We'll figure out what exactly we need to cut out. We'll probably end up doing something like this and just maybe cutting this out. Probably something like that. I don't know. I do not know yet. It depends on how many points I need, what I need the points for, and all of that jazz, you know. Why am I going here? I don't think you can get more than 10 stacks without champion or passive. I mean, I don't need to get more than 10 stacks. There is a glove. There is a new glove I could look at, to be honest, if I really want to be tanky and stack fortify. It came with Necropolis. Where are the gloves? Celestial Brace. This one. Melee hits from strike skills 45. I don't know if this is considered a strike skill. Is this considered a strike skill? No, it's not. I would need to make it a strike skill. I don't even need to. I can use 45. But it increases 10 to maximum fortification. So like I'm at a perfect roll 10. And then you gain attack speed per fortification. So if I were to use these gloves, for example, I could get to 30 fortification, as well as getting to 30% increased attack speed for Cyclone to hit even more. And if Cyclone hits even more, then I don't need Cyclone to really hit even more. So the attack speed would be essentially wasted. I would lose accuracy from Shaper's Touch, but I become very tanky getting to 30 max fortification, or 30 fortification rather. But yeah, if in case you're wondering, these gloves do exist. The Celestial Brace. They are a very neat idea if you're a melee character. Kingmaker gives 10. Can you get to 20 without those gloves? Yeah. Fortifications fortifies base maximum is 20. Yeah, maximum of 20 stacks. So if you have a Kingmaker, you just have a minimum of 10. Then Cyclone will get me to 20. Then if I use those gloves, I get to 30 stacks, which is 30% damage reduction. One thing I will say is that this might make me very, very, very socket starved. Because if I go into boots, Vow Discipline, like for auras, Vow Discipline, right? I need to give this, what was it? Arrogance, I think. Then I need to pair this with Clarity. And what else? I think that's all that goes on my Arrogance support. Then we can go Eternal Blessing, yada yada on the helmet, because the helmet hasn't been selected. So we still have the helmet slots. So we can go Eternal Blessing. We have our mobility here for the most part, so we don't need to worry about that. We need defensives. So Eternal Blessing, Wrath. Is there anything else I want to put on Eternal Blessing? Maybe Haste? Nah. Nah, I'll leave it with Wrath. I know he uses Enfeeble. Where's this? He uses Enfeeble on his Eternal Blessing. And he uses Battle Mage's Cry. I don't know why you would use Battle Mage's Cry, I'm going to be honest. It grants you... buff it grants you a buff. The buff gives you crit chance per 5 power, up to 30% increased crit chance. Check what Eternal Blessing does. This makes it so it has no reservation, but then you can't use, you can only have one aura from a blessing skill. So for example, this makes it so you cannot use Divine Blessing or Guardian's Blessing. Your non-blessing auras which reserve mana are disabled, but because it's reserving life, I can still have my discipline and my clarity. I don't know what his plan is with Grace though. Maybe he switches between Grace and Wrath. Maybe for mapping he uses Grace, and for bossing he uses Wrath, because his Grace is disabled. Like he's not using it. Like maybe he does this for mapping because he doesn't need the extra damage. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, even if I were to use Battle Mage's Cry, I'll probably use it on Call to Arms. But I have said I'm not going to use War Cries this league because I do not like the sound of my character shouting in the background when I just... He probably uses them to drain mana. That would be Divine Blessing. If he wanted to drain mana, he would use Divine Blessing, but he's not using that. Because Divine Blessing would have you have to like press it. You would have to press it with Divine Blessing, right? Battle Mage is for attacks, but his only attack is Cyclone. Like I can see myself using Battle Mage's Cry for making sure my Cyclone does enough damage to proc 45. It's possible. I can do this. Right? But then I'd use a Call to Arms. I don't think I'd use this without the Call to Arms. He goes for a lot of evade. Is there a reason he goes for evade? Is this I think is a Delve build, right? I don't need it to be as tanky as he has it. Wait, he has a trigger. This is his glove. Gloves? First enemies were enfeebled on hits. What trigger? So he has that applying enfeeble. Then he goes for Dread Banner to make it so they have less accuracy. And he also goes Grace occasionally to increase his evasion. No, Battle Mage. Perform a War Cry. Support spell skills causing them to be triggered. Cannot support skills used by totems, yada yada. Supported skills deal less damage. Supported spells are triggered by attacks exerted by Battle Mage Cry. So he uses it and then he exerts his Cyclone's attacks. Then when the Cyclone's attack does it, it triggers a spell, but nothing is linked to here that it will trigger. Like unless this is supposed to be Divine Blessing, which it isn't because he disabled this one, so it's not meant to be Divine Blessing. Besides, Battle Mage Cry and Divine Blessing would be, woo, that would be hell on your mana, I think. That would be war. Actual war. I don't think it does. Like it, POB doesn't hover on anything. If this was Divine Blessing, then it could, because these would be cast spells and then they'd be on cooldown when they are actually active. So to just the Cyclone would proc both of them and then they'd be on cooldown until he uses Battle Mage's Cry again and, you know, rinse and repeat. But right now this is Eternal Blessing, so he can only have one of these auras against his mana, and that's he's choosing to be Wrath for this POB. But I assume he switches to Grace for mapping or something like that, or I think that's what he does. I have no idea. For me it seems out of place, but maybe it's something if I watch the video I will figure out. Because it's just here. It's not triggering anything. It's just here. So I have no idea. I assume he's doing it. He's not scaling crits, so it's not for crits. But I assume he's doing it for the increased spell damage, maybe, because it will give you no, it just allows attacks benefit from spell damage. Maybe it's for Cyclone. No, Cyclone's DPS is very low. Can't be that. He's not scaling crits either. Why would this just be here? Like, if this was Divine Blessing, maybe he made a mistake and this supposed to be Divine Blessing, but then he wouldn't disable this now, would he? So it makes me think this is not a mistake. I do not know, and I am getting too hungry to think about this because honestly I haven't eaten all day. So anyways, we're gonna end the stream here. I need to get some food in me ASAP, and we're gonna keep I checked the video. Yeah, I'm gonna watch the video and I'm gonna see if he has anything, if he mentions the battle mage. It seems out of place, but I know it's here for a reason. I just don't know why. So we'll look at his video and we'll see how it goes. I need to get some food. I haven't eaten all day, so we need to do that. And what else? I'm probably going to keep refining this POB, but while I work on my 40-40 with my minions. I don't know if I'm actually going to go for it. If I can get impressive numbers on POB, I will probably do it, but because I'm so new to mana stacking, I don't know how good of a build I can make right now. I think if I'm going to be very objective, the best course of action for me would actually be to use someone else's Archmage build, see the nitty-gritty in terms of interactions, understand them and stuff like that, and then I could work off of the things I learned playing the build, right? Instead of just YOLO yeeting my own build. But that said, I am me and I am stubborn, so I will keep playing. I'll keep poking at this POB. I also wonder if POB was going to be accurate with it's going to be accurate with Absolution of Inspiring. I have no idea. I assume it will be. I want to trust POB on this. I'm going to trust it to a degree, but we'll see how it goes. Monday, you guys will get an update on where the POB is at, and potentially maybe changes I would have made since till then, because I am going to be doing a bunch of research between now and then. And I'm going to, of course, watch that video finally, because I haven't seen the actual video that has the battle mage. And if he doesn't talk about it, I'll watch the actual guide. Either way, thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate it. It's been a good stream. Learned a lot and planned a lot. It's funny, we only actually ran one map this stream, but I think overall it was very good. Very good content in my opinion. We'll see how the build turns out eventually. We're gonna keep trying, and eventually we'll have something we can work with. Hopefully, I keep saying hopefully because like I'm out of my element when it comes to this. Anyways, have a good rest of your day if it's still early, and if it's late, good night.